Hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the Foxhole Fridays, where we will be playing Seasons of Death Winter, our first episode of our Knights Black Agent solo extravaganza. We're going to be meeting our newest agent, agent codename, our Winter, codenamed the Saracen. I am so excited that you're all here, and I want to thank you all for waiting while we deal with technical excitement. That's the official term, I think, for what that was. I'm pretty sure that's how we describe it. Thank you. Welcome. So I am so happy to have each and every one of you here, and I'm especially happy to have our player, but I've got to do the other stuff first. So first off, thank you for being here. You being here makes everything worthwhile. It makes all the fun happen, and we appreciate you. If you would like to support us, because I make sure all the cast gets paid, then you can, best way to support us is by re-skeeting our skeet so that people know that we are live, so that more people can come and watch us and see the show. Otherwise, you can also give us tips and bits if you like. You can join our Patreon. It's like $3. And if we have a very special Patreon tier, which is the sponsor tier, it's limited to only 4 people. And if you are a sponsor, you get a special shout out and like a radio ad that plays once a month and a special spot in the credits. And that is a $200 tier, which will pay for 4 players for one show for 1 week. And it's limited to 4 for 4 weeks out of a month. And, we have one sponsor, and that is Will and TW, who has been here from the very beginning and is amazing. And the other thing you can do, I mean, you could also subscribe to the YouTube channel so that maybe one day I'll hit that 1,000 subscribers. And the other thing you can do is, tips, bits, Patreon, reskeeting, talking to us in chat, giving us title suggestions at the end of the session, just being here and being lovely and being yourselves. That really is what it's all about, to be honest. I believe that's all of our preamble. So. This is a game using Knights Black Agent Solo, which is a Gumshoe 1-to-1 system. 1 GM, 1 player. And it is Jason Bourne meets Dracula, right? It's the story of agents of intelligence folks of some sort in some way, or assets thereof, who, have found out about a conspiracy. I don't know how to tell you this, but vampires are real and they're controlling everything. And maybe that's not great. You know what I'm saying to you? Maybe it's not great. And our agents, usually without enough support, are trying to go and stop vampires from doing the vampiric things they do and trying to figure out like how far this conspiracy goes and what's happening. And we have a new agent stepping up. And this agent is being played by the most, somebody who I adore very much, like a great role player, a great writer, a great thinker, big old smarty pants in the best way. Somebody who is just like, gives me happy feelings. And I am honored that he said yes to join the crew. And I'm also excited that he stuck around after our we could not do it the last time around, all those logistics, but here we are. And I also want to thank all of you, but let me introduce, without further ado, to introduce himself and say, hey, WerefolfFeels. Who are you, and who are you playing?
Hey, I'm WerefolfFeels. My name is Nordine Likadir. I am playing Illyaz Abadi, also known as the Saracen. Before I do that, this is my first game in about a year. Like my first tabletop game, just in a whole ass year. So I am not only looking forward to this. This is kind of like my coming back party. I left. I took a little break. I'm returning now, so I'm very excited. That does mean, though, if you're looking for me in other projects, you will not find me.
Yes,
because there are none. I'm just here.
Yet.
Well, that is true. There's a couple shows coming up. You're going to find more on that on the socials, but on Game Master Monday, I am planning on showing up for a game of demigods with a bunch of really cool folks. I'm looking forward to it. I cannot tell you anything about it right now. We don't even have a promo image ready yet. We're that excited. We announced it, but that's all I can say. And there is even yet another project in the work that I literally cannot say anything on. Although, if you're familiar with the channel in this series, you might recognize Ari. Just saying. I don't know. I wasn't there. But if you're there, you might recognize them. Anyway, in terms of me, I also just spend my days moonlighting as a tour guide, as an avid studier of way too many things, and I might even be going back for more education in the near future. On that note, though, let's talk about education and let's talk about Illyaz, because the thing about being an agent is that you're trained a certain way and you're trained for a specific purpose. That's not what happened to our dear friend. He is, in fact, more of an asset. He was picked and chosen for a specific mission based upon his skills that he already had pre-existing, walking right in. Specifically, his knowledge of archaeology and history. And he, in fact, is a professor who's currently a bit of a traveling professor, and I believe is currently traveling right now. I believe that.
You're currently in Nairobi, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
On your way?
That sounds about right. On my way. At an airport.
Or at an airport.
Yeah. In any case.
Well, on your way to the airport. You're going to be heading down that way. We're going to catch you a little bit earlier.
It's true. I wouldn't know. I'm as new to this as you are, but we're on our way to Jomo Kenyatta, and what's really cool is that this guy has had more education than I do. So it's going to be really fun trying to be smarter than I already am. On that note, you can call him Professor. I'm not going to, but you can. He hates it. And as for his code name, that's kind of an old ass name for Turks, which he is not, because
doesn't matter.
Like you don't choose that kind of thing. You just get foisted upon you.
It does get foisted upon you, and as Edward Said said, Orientalism is when you just treat everybody from one very large and diverse area as the same thing. And why is that bad? No, it's not bad at all. It's great.
We're all interchangeable, really. In fact, all humanity, if you think about it, is African.
It's true. So it's all the same.
I couldn't even say
it's
that
all
with
good.
A straight face. That's why we're starting in Africa, because all humanity started here. That's the reason why, in case you're wondering.
That is the reason. And I love it. So, how exciting is all of this? I am pleased to begin Seasons of Death Winter out of the House of Ashes. So, what time you have to fly? Now, you're at a university, if I remember correctly. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. You are teaching there. You are teaching... yes. I imagine you're going to be coming back. I mean, because nothing will get in the way, right?
No, nothing will get in the way except for maybe my natural wanderlust. Yeah.
Yes. You are, if I recall correctly, you were invited to speak at a conference on medieval Iraq from Mesopotamia to the Ottomans, and that is a joint symposium being held by SOAS, which was the School of Oriental and Asian Studies in London, and also the National Museum of Iraq. And if I recall correctly, you were invited to speak, to give a it's very nice when you don't have to put in an abstract, but when you get an invitation asking to be a keynote speaker at the conference. Is that correct? Yes?
Yeah, although I have to admit it was especially vague. In my experience, they usually say, well, we want to talk about this thing, where is in this case, they just said, we would love it if you showed up and gave a talk.
Yes,
End of sentence.
that's right. That's right. Well, it must be because you are very famous and well known and well regarded in your field. Is that correct? I mean, why else would such prestigious places invite you by name to give a keynote talk at this symposium? Is that right?
Well, there's multiple levels of fame for an academic. You know, famous in certain circles, famous in your local field. I wouldn't say I'm. You're not going to find me on a morning talk show.
Oh,
at least I hope not.
yes, of course. But you must be what, a tenured professor at Oxford or Harvard or something like this, with your very prestigious, yes?
Most recently, I was in McGill, well, in Canada, and tenure is you know, it's a thing for some people shoot for stability. I'm not one of those people, so.
You don't. Oh, I see. So do you have a permanent job? You're at the university in Nairobi, is that right?
Permanence, it's a thing for the future for me.
Oh, oh, okay. So you don't have a permanent job or tenure because you don't want to, I presume.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Do you regularly get invited to conferences to speak at keynote conferences?
Uh, I mean, the last time was, um, it was a bit ago,
Oh, I see.
just a bit,
Okay.
yeah, a few years.
Well, huh. Well, that's interesting. I'm I just think it's kind of funny, right? Because normally, when somebody is invited to give a keynote at a symposium like that, it's because, they're kind of a big name. But you don't think
Well,
that's weird, right?
there's not many big names in my field to begin with.
Oh, right, right, right. Oh, okay. Well, it's interesting. Whenever we start one of these games, we always start with problems. Let's
Yeah.
just have a bit of a look, shall we, at your options.
Trooper, I
Now,
never said that I'd get a problem too.
oh well, you know. So in this game, which is lovely, our protagonists get to have 3 edge masteries because they are very, very good at what they do. You're a professor. Could you tell me what are your edge masteries?
Right.
That tells us something about you,
Absolutely. What do I focus on? What do I
Hmm.
always have in the back of my mind? So
Hmm.
one of the edges is a conceal mastery. It's called cache. I can discard it to have already stowed a cache of equipment where only I can retrieve it. It includes weapon. It could include weapons, passports, money, vehicles, medical supplies, obscure equipment, ancient books, that kind of thing. I have one called in Filch called Sleight of Hand, where I can retroactively declare that I palmed a small object, key, memory stick, credit card, poker chip, someone's house keys, that kind of thing. That was mentioned in an earlier scene. A wallet, perhaps. And I've got one in fighting called Grit. And I can discard to ignore the penalties from any injury or hurt cards for the rest of the scene I discarded within.
Interesting. I'm sorry, you said you were a professor, is that correct?
Yeah, that would be it.
Right.
Professor.
Weird. Weird things to focus on as a professor, I guess. Now, you have 4 options for your starting problems. And I was wondering if you might just, flip them over and then decide what your starting problem will be.
I'm going to flip them one by one and read them out loud if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
So, our first one is Strange Dreams, which is a starting problem with a shadow. A shadow tag, which would add to my trackers if I chose to use it.
That's
Ever
true.
since my handler gave me that package. Wait, what package? What package?
You don't have it yet, but you're gonna get it. I mean, what?
Well,
Sorry.
I've been having strange dreams that seem so
Mm,
real. I can't always tell the difference between the walking and the dreaming. I don't always recall the details of
mm,
that dream, but there is something in them that calls to me. I remember the smell of leather, bergamot, cedar, a cologne, and
mm.
eyes. So that's one, but there's three others to choose from, and we're not going to pick one until we see all three. Uh, this is another starting problem called distractions. Faisal Siddiqui was an upcoming journalist and writer that Illyaz once had a dalliance with. Recently, I got a voicemail from him saying he heard I was giving a talk in London. I am giving a talk in London. And he'd love to meet up. He said he had something important to tell me, and it came before I was announced I was presenting at the conference. When I hold this card, I have a -1 penalty to any cool tests, but I can discard it after talking to him.
Hmm. Hmm.
A dalliance already. That does sound fun.
Hmm.
But there's two more. Here's a problem. Building bridges. I once thought I was no longer needed as an intelligence asset after my handler went missing.
I'm sorry.
Cease.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I thought I was no longer needed as an intelligence asset after my handler went missing. What is happening? And CSIS stopped contacting me. Well, CSIS has stopped contacting me for a while. That's not news. CSIS, for those who don't know, I work for the Canadian Intelligence Services. So Canadian Security Intelligence Services, CSIS. But then my handler dropped something hot in my hands before being shot multiple times. I don't remember that. You will need an ally in intelligence community. This is dear me. You can trust if you want to survive, but who? CSIS, CIA, end this mission with one strong intel contact. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That just seems to give me something, I guess, nice. Maybe.
Well, there's an or else attached, but go on.
Of course there is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Starting problem, heat. This also adds to a tracker, just a different one called heat.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's been digging into my past, ferreting out my secrets, find out who's been looking at my history.
Mm-hmm.
So I got three. To choose from. I got one that's got a very vague or else. Yeah?
4 to choose from.
4, you're correct. Correct. I got 4 to choose from. One is a very vague or else. Get this or else.
Mm-hmm.
One will add to my heat tracker. One will add to my shadow tracker.
Mm-hmm.
And one is a potentially hot guy who I really want to talk to. Which will give me a -1 penalty to cool tests.
He is in London. The question is whether or not it's a problem for you. That's all.
Here's the thing. I'm already on the back foot. And I don't hate it. But I do like the idea of already having something I need to do other than just give this conference. I do like that. I think I'm going to take distractions. I love all of them. But I am going to take distractions.
Lovely. If you would delete the other ones, that would be great.
Alrighty. I'm already wondering if I should regret this.
Now, it seems to me like some of these things implied some things about you that maybe you're not just a professor, that you, in the past, have been some sort of intelligence asset. It seems to be.
Sometimes certain artifacts are dug up that you might want to investigate a bit further, authenticate. On occasion, you need someone to go into one of those black market auction dealies and have them figure out what's being sold, why, or where it came from. There was also this dig I went on. Well, I've been on a couple digs, but there was this. I was basically asked after everything had already happened, and it was a mess. I was told that. Well, I was told that people had been severely injured in the course of this dig, and in fact, there were evidences of that, although the bodies had been removed. I forget where, but it was. What was it, Afghanistan?
Middle East. Yes, I believe it was.
For sure, yeah.
As a matter of fact, yeah.
That was a weird one. I was called in. I was told I was going to look at something, and by the time I'd arrived, I looked around for, 20?
Americans, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Americans, yeah. But that's, to be frank, that's how Five Eyes works. Sometimes you end up working for Americans or Brits or New Zealanders or the
Hmm.
Australians, you know?
Hmm.
Not just
Hmm.
Canadians. We all have our
Hmm.
own places that we look
Of
into.
course.
Canada's mostly North America and South America, right? So if I'm
Hmm.
being sent out, especially to the Middle East, that's usually the United States.
Yes, that's true. Hmm. Well, interesting, interesting. Well, your handler, I believe, went by the codename Marlowe. Not seen him in a while, is that right?
No, no, I haven't. Well,
Hmm.
of course, I haven't seen Marlowe at all. I don't know who you're
Of
talking about.
course. Of course. I'm so sorry. Uh, Silly me, silly me. Now, if I recall, you are on your way to the airport at this moment.
Yeah,
Hmm.
as usual.
Uh, Let me see. I don't know what you're wearing, but I do know that you have a briefcase with you. What are you wearing and what do you look like?
Ah, let me pull that up because I've forgotten. Uh, he's a pretty. It's well, okay. He's a fairly around 5'10". Really, he's not that tall. He's built medium and broad, uh, sort of broad in the shoulder, broad in the hips, broad pretty much
Hmm.
everywhere. And there's evidence of musculature, but not a lot of it, especially when he's wearing like a linen shirt and trousers and a blazer over top of it. Uh, Along with the fact that he tends to hunch his shoulders just a little bit. He wears glasses. His hair is dark brown and wavy, but only ever goes down to his ears. It's not super long. His eyes are black, and he wears prescription glasses for the most part. So they're always just a bit hidden.
Hmm.
He's got a couple scars, but the only ones really visible at this point are on his knuckles.
Hmm.
And a couple calluses there too, I think.
Hmm. Interesting. Um, are your parents proud of you?
I would hope they are, but
Hmm.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, that's strange. Why not?
They both passed away. My dad when I was very little, 10 years old. Um,
Hmm.
he ran a convenience store in Halifax, and well, I left. He was supposed to watch over me. I left, and I came. He
Hmm.
passed away, um, and then my mom, she only died. Well, she only died a few years ago. I mean,
Hmm. Oh,
comparatively.
yes, I'm sorry. I'm so
She
sorry.
was a nurse in Leeds.
Hmm.
Um, we moved to Leeds after. She was always English, but we moved to Leeds
Hmm.
after. Well, Dad passed. Um, 8 months. She passed 8 months into 2 years after I started at the University of Edinburgh for my undergrad. So um,
That's rough.
then I left on an archaeology, a dig in Turkey after dealing with the sheer amount of assets and
Hmm.
will issues because apparently some of my dad's stuff hadn't been sorted, so I had to go back and forth.
Hmm.
And then I returned to Canada eventually and try and get out of England,
Hmm.
where I pursued a doctorate at McGill.
Hmm. Huh. Well, let me see. You're in Nairobi. You are walking down the street on your way to the airport, or I imagine to uh, where you will get your transportation to the airport.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
the streets are busy, people walking about. It's hot. Mm, lots of things happening here or there. And the smells are nice. You know, it's like a um, beautiful sort of day. And you have something, I don't know, I suppose something to look forward to, I guess, is the way to put it, is probably what I would say.
Oh well.
Let me see. Hmm. So, as you are walking, People are everywhere. You can barely see, but you're making way through the crowd. Like a bolt out of the blue, there is a man approaching you in a overcoat, like a trench coat, suit, glasses, hat, collar up, briefcase, sort of big, and he's rushing through the crowd. People are trying to make way, but it's quite busy. And as he's sort of moving forward, he begins to run, looking behind him as if something might be wrong. And he starts running faster, and there's like a van further just coming up the road. And as he's running, he doesn't see you, and he just smacks right into you and goes flying. And as you're on the ground and he's on top of you, he just says, "I'll see you in London," picks up his briefcase and rushes off down the street, saying, "Sorry," out loud. And people are sort of like wondering what's happening. And the van keeps driving past. And as it passes by you and he's further down the road, you hear some shots ring out, probably an Uzi from this van that sort of gunned the man down and hit a few other people in the process. And he falls. The van opens up. 3 people come out, grab this man, the body, and then pull him into the van, and the van careens off.
I pick up my brief. This is my briefcase, isn't it?
Well, that's a good question. Doesn't feel the same weight as your briefcase. It feels a little bit of it's a different weight to it, is what I would say.
Looking back at what I just saw, the briefcase that the man picked up after he fell on me, it's gone too, isn't it?
It is. I had all of your notes. So sorry. Probably had a laptop. I don't know what else was in there.
Yeah,
but
notes and a laptop. I feel around for my jacket just to be sure my passport wasn't in there. I thank God that it wasn't. And I take this new briefcase, shove it under my arm, and immediately try to flag down a car.
It's not too long before a taxi cab sort of pulls up. And of course, this is like a very sort of busy and sort of slightly chaotic street space, and people are kind of freaking out, and you can kind of hear the sounds of sirens coming, and people are sort of scattering, because that was a very scary thing for a lot of people. Could I get from you, if you don't mind, a cool test?
You mean what I have -1 to?
Yes, please. I would just like a cool test, and your advance is a 5.
Let me ask you something. This -1, does this mean I have 1 less die to roll with, or does it mean I take 1 on 1, whatever the result is?
It's a -1 to the total, not to your die count.
Okay. Let's roll a d6 then and see what happens. Are you kidding me?
That's a 1. But if I recall correctly, you're cool. You have 2 dice for this, so you do have a second die.
I do have a second die.
And I will note the following: your advance number is 5, but you don't know what your hold number is. And in this system, because I just don't tell you until after you finish, and in this system, if you get above the advance number, you succeed with style. If you succeed, and you get a bonus. If you fall below the hold number, that's less good for you, and you're probably going to get a problem. If you get the hold, that's like a hold. Like, you're probably not going to get a bonus or a negative. You'll succeed, but it'll be fine, depending on the situation, of course.
Could I maybe do a stunt?
A stunt? What sort of stunt do you think would be relevant here? You're trying to hold it together after being freaked out by seeing, I didn't mention, did I? The stranger that bumped into you, that was Marlowe, your handler.
I figured.
disguised, not obvious. But, yeah.
I think that I will try, if you're comfortable, stunting with
Please.
preparedness. Because I've been waiting for this, in a sense, in the back of my head for a bit longer than that I'd be honest to admit, you know? Because in the end of the day, the truth is, the real ugly truth is, some part of me wanted something like this to happen. Some part of me has been wanting something like this to happen for a while. I felt so out of it. I felt kind of listless. And now suddenly I have a task. And that task is a briefcase in my hand. And I'm ready for this.
That's fair. So when you stunt, you get an extra die, but you have to discard 2 of your dice in preparedness, which means you will have no preparedness left until you take time, refreshed, go to sleep, hang out, that sort of a thing, or travel from one city to the next. That also would count. So X out your preparedness, and now you have 2 dice left for this roll.
All right.
That is
a
5. 4. But you're at -1, so you're only at a 4. And you have 1 die left.
I think I will leave it there.
Now,
I think I'll mention.
I will note that you only get an extra push if you have dice left over and you make the number. So there's really no need not to use that last die at the moment.
That is a good point. That's a good point. I need to hit the advance, not the hold number. You're right. And there we go. That's a 5. 4 + 1 + 1 - 1 is 5.
Okay. You succeed. You advance. What this means is a couple of things. One, when people are looking, they don't notice anything out of the ordinary about you, right? You hold it together, but also nobody, like, you do not give anything away, right? Nobody's going to pick up on the fact that nobody thinks you were anticipating this or that you knew this person. Nobody picks up on the briefcase swap because you kept it cool. So if you would, might you tell me what this looks like? Because, you are not necessarily alone, necessarily.
So here's what this looks like. But before I do, actually, there is one more thing I'd like to try.
Oh, please.
One more thing. This all happened in front of me, right?
Oh, yes.
I'm wise to the ways of tradecraft. Can I get an idea of who did this? If this was a professional, I already know that, but was it a professional trained the same way an agent would be, or is it a bit more gangs and thugs?
What a lovely question. I'm going to ask you now, please note, you can always use more than one skill for these sorts of information gathering requests. And each one will give you something slightly different. The first one, tradecraft. Professional, yes. Intel? No. You don't get the sense of these being Intel agents. Intel agents probably would not have done this so openly. It's a little reckless. But professional, yes. There's a recklessness to it, a brazenness to it, a not so in the shadowsness to it. But it doesn't seem to you like low-level street thug criminals who just were being opportunistic. This was clearly planned. This was clearly resources were involved. But you don't get the sense that these were intel agents. That's from tradecraft.
Okay. What about notice? What would notice tell me?
Notice when they came out, they were clearly coordinated. They are not from Nairobi, is one thing. They were sort of pasty white people, but that also means they probably have not been here very long, right? They've not been, sounds to you like, from the notice there, they probably have not been in country long. So they are probably people who are recent arrivals, outsiders. Um, Big, um, burly. They look to you like people who have done CrossFit, MMA, right? Kind of, maybe, maybe ex-military, perhaps. Oh,
No, mm,
rental car, rental van, obviously.
yeah,
Um,
figured.
Heard a little bit of Russian.
Russian. Russian. Big, burly. But not KGB. I'd know
Mm-mm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Someone new, someone trained, but not trained the way we were. Big, burly
Hmm.
Russian.
Mm-hmm.
But not foolish enough to be Bratva or something along those lines.
Maybe. That would be
And he's
criminal.
and he's thinking about this as he's like shedding off his top layer, and
Do you have
he like
criminology?
I do not.
Cop
Uh,
talk?
no, I have architecture. I
No.
have urban survival, but that's not much.
Hmm. You
History?
know, could be Bratva. Could be, because they are not your low level criminality and they're quite organized. And they are quite, you have tradecraft, and you certainly know that they are often used by the FSB, sort of deniable assets, but nowadays, the Russian mob is
Yeah.
just so much connected to intel. So could be. It's a good theory. Very likely, could be a one of the Bratva. Would
He's
make
noting it down in
sense.
his head. He doesn't need a piece of paper for this. It's all
Mm.
going into a little file of facts folder in there. He sheds off this jacket, briefly opens up the briefcase just to shove it in, and pulls out a different passport from his back
Mm.
pocket and moves it back to his front. Uh, and then he just like arranges the way he's standing a little bit, standing just a bit different, walking just a bit different, almost so
Yeah.
that the average pursuer, as he wends his way through the crowd, wouldn't be able to tell that this is exactly the same man unless they were properly having eyes on him this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, he's been
Mm.
prepared for this.
Yeah. Mm.
And as he calls down the car, he speaks in a French accent. I need to
Mm.
go to the airport, please.
And the guy speaks back, and he spots from trying to figure out which language to respond to you. And he goes, yes, sir. With a sort of slightly British, but, he most likely learned English from people who were British, and sort of picks you up and drives you towards the airport. And you are certain that you were not, that it was seen as some sort of chance encounter. Nobody picked up on you. I'm going to give you an edge because you did make your advance. Now, let me get a slightly larger font here, and let me write this down for you. Your edge is going to be called ready for this. I don't know if I like Arial, but that's okay. Ready for this. And let's get a bold in here. That feels a little bit better. Ready for this. Generally speaking, your edges can do a couple of different things. They can usually give you like a +1 or so to a challenge, or +2 You might be able to have multiple challenges. This one is a bit more broad. So rather than a +2 and multiple challenges, this is going to be like a +2 on one challenge, discard for a +1. You might be able to get a free push, interpersonal push in the right situation. We're going to leave it a little bit open for you at the moment. But you are ready for this. Also, this really needs to be in italics. That's much more exciting. And I'm going to group these two things together. Okay. You are driven to the airport. No big deal getting in to board your plane. Security is not particularly tight. Nobody seems to be following you. You sit on the plane and you take off into the wild blue yonder. You've got that message from Faisal. I wonder if that's about. You've got this briefcase. Leaving, by the way, nobody, of course, checked your luggage or anything like that. For security, it was pretty chill. But everything was pretty... You've got this briefcase just sitting there in your luggage, of course. What are you thinking about as you fly to London?
He pulls out like a pocket-sized book of some sort of fantasy novel or sci-fi novel. It's probably, you know what it is? It's a small, like a small copy, an almost indecipherable print of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein that he's pretending to thumb through, but isn't really paying attention to, as he's just thinking, what am I actually being involved with? If it is the Bratva, what do they want with Marlowe? And more importantly, what did Marlowe want with me? If he was saying meet you in London, he knew where I was going. He's been watching me for a while. If he's been watching me for a while, the conference could be a setup. He could have made sure I was orchestrated to be there. So the whole point is that there's something in London, something he wanted me to properly look into. And all these little notes are adding onto his head as he's tracking like what kind of jacket Marlowe was wearing. What kind of rental car do these people choose to drive? They were big people. They got a big van, right? The kind that can easily slide open. They're used to this kind of thing and quite prepared for it. They didn't arrive just 10 seconds ago. They arrived for at least a day earlier. Not enough to get a tan, but enough to set this up perfectly, to get the guns in place, which is not the easiest thing to do in Nairobi, to get a van ready. And it's probably not traceable either. But they have no idea who I am. I'm not involved in this just yet. Well, I am, but I'm not involved in this just yet. They don't know who I am. And then he subconsciously like switches his passports back to make sure that when he's crossing to the UK, he's under the right name. What is happening? And then he just like briefly looks up to where that briefcase is sitting in the overhead bin, waiting.
Do you open the briefcase here in the airplane? There are people around you. There next to you, there's a teenager with headphones in listening, and there's a woman on the other side of you who's eating kimchi. There's quite a bit of garlic around. People are everywhere. Do you open up that briefcase now?
Actually, yeah, he stands up. He goes up to the overhead
bin. In front of everyone?
Because he left his jacket in there. And it is a bit chilly in an airplane.
It's true.
So he'll crack open the briefcase, and as he grabs his jacket, he's going to take a quick scan of the contents and then close it right back up.
There is a laptop in there. Not yours.
No.
But there is a laptop in there. There's a book in there, and then there's a box in there, and like a file folder, like a manila folder with some, seems to be papers.
Papers, a file folder with papers. Does the book have a, did I get to see its spine or its cover? Does it have a name?
You couldn't see it. You only saw the not the the spine with the other side, but it looks sort of faded. It looks old, whatever it is, but like a fairly thick size, it's like a hardcover, some kind of old hardcover book, is what I would say from that quick glance.
How old is the laptop?
Oh, the laptop is who? I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's say you had a full-time job at a university, which for some reason you don't have one, but let's say you did.
Well, I had one
Why?
for a semester. That counts.
Yes, yeah, I meant a permanent position.
Yeah, I get it.
But if you had, most likely, your employer would have given you a laptop, a work laptop, probably a brand new one that you could work on, like a good official laptop. And if you were such a person, you probably would have had your own laptop that you just did not upgrade, because you have this work laptop now. So imagine that your personal laptop might be a couple of years out of date because, you might have a better laptop that's provided by your work. So this would be not the work laptop. This would be that laptop that is personal. It's some sort of PC, maybe like 5 or 6 years out of date. Not super, super fancy. Not a gamer's laptop. Not particularly hyper expensive. Not the bottom of the barrel, but like a slightly mid to below average, out of date laptop, like about 5, 6 years old.
Not too dissimilar from the one that just got stolen from me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is password protected, but thinking about it now, if the Bratva has access to that, well, whoever these people are, if they have access to that, they will eventually be able to figure out that the laptops were switched with me. And then
Maybe.
subconsciously he switches the passports in his pocket again.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's designed to look like mine. It's designed to, and almost everything in that briefcase is. So this was tailor picked for me. I was meant to have it from the get. And he's just like puzzling this over his head as he crosses his arms over his chest and pretends to sleep for a little bit in this very tight, probably plane, as this kid's music is kind of reaching around his headphones and blasting into his ear.
It seems to be something dance related and loud. It's going to ruin his hearing, but I guess that's, not what he's particularly concerned about. I'm going to give you a card if you don't mind.
Ooh, I never mind.
Here you
Never
go.
mind at all.
I'm going to give you an edge.
Okay, I'm afraid to flip this. Oh, invited speaker. That's nice. I'm an invited speaker at the SOAS, National Museum of Iraq Symposium. Medieval rock from the Mesopotamia to the Ottomans. I may discard this for a free interpersonal push when my credentials would be helpful.
That's nice.
Nice.
You arrive at Heathrow. It's a nice day. Grab your things and head out of the airport. And it is busy. It's full. There are far more security and police than normal. You've been to the UK multiple times. You've lived here, actually. You've studied here. you might say that there's at least double, perhaps triple the security at the airport today.
I'm going to pull my phone out and just double check for any major events in London at the time. Look at the socials, look at the feeds, see if there's, I don't know, if the Princess Royal is wandering about London today. Who knows?
Well, that's an interesting question. Interesting thing as you ask. And you're in this, you're in the line for customs and passport control. And as you're sitting there spinning, going through your phone, you notice that the people bringing you in, the people who want your papers, they are being very aggressive with everybody walking through. Well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people are getting a fairly aggressive questioning. What are you doing here? What is your business here in London? There is quite a lot of, there's a lot of tension in the air. And it seems as if anybody who doesn't have something in terms of an excuse to get here, they go through everything that they have in fit. Like, the reason why you notice this is because everything is taking a very long time. The lines are huge because they're going through everybody's luggage, their briefcases. They're questioning them over and over again. People who are here for tourism, just business. Everybody here who's got like any kind of like regular sort of reason to be here is being given the third degree. So you have quite a bit of time to look at your phone. And indeed, there is an event happening in London. There's a big event happening in London. And it's happening, oh yes, a very, very big event. It's happening at the Hotel Café Royal.
Wait, that's where my
what?
conference is. That's where my conference
that's weird.
is.
Oh no, it's not the conference. That's not that thing you noticed. The conference that you're going to be in is not really all over the socials because it's not big of a deal.
But it's in the same
academic
location. That's interesting.
Oh, that's weird. Yes, there is a international trade 4-day-long trade conference happening. And this is a trade conference that is sponsored by the UN. It is a very big deal, and you notice this because all sorts of very important people are here in London. And when I say all sorts of very important people, I mean there are a number of members of the Saudi royal family. There are members of the Russian Minister of Finance. There are Chinese financiers. This is some of the most important government officials from around the world are all going to be here the exact same weekend as your conference. And I imagine you've never been to the Hotel Café Royal because it is one of the most expensive hotels in London. And it also has the best security. It is made for, it is a hotel that specializes in diplomats, royals, people who need lots and lots of security. Lots of security. And many important people will be here. And you would not want an international incident. And they're all here, and it seems as if London is kind of freaking out. Well, they don't want anything to go wrong or to go poorly. No. But yeah, princes, yes, lots of them, as a matter of fact.
Just using a little notice for a second, just a little notice. These people who are roughhousing, rough handling, whatever you want to call it, they're not checking people off of a list. They're not like consulting with something. They're just listening, and if the wrong answer or a normal answer comes up, People get roughed up.
That would probably be correct if a normal answer is given. And as you're noticing, you notice that some people have mentioned that they're going to the big conference, and they're let through with almost no hassle. Now, when they say that they're part of this big trade conference, that's when documentation is checked. They pull up, they've got their computers. There's clearly some sort of list of names of people who are delegates to this conference. And if you are part of this conference, they don't even check your bags. They just let you through because they're not going to upset anybody who's a delegate to this conference. That would be inappropriate.
Of course not. I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
The conference is now something I know about. Can I access a similar list? Just a vague idea of who the delegates are?
What are your skills? What are your skills?
Ooh,
what kind of
investigative
electronic-y?
abilities?
Investigative. Because in this system, for things like information gathering, clues, and that sort of thing, if you have the right skill, it's always a success. There might be consequences, but it's always a success if you have the right skills.
I have research, but that's as much as I got for technology. Well, cryptography, but I doubt that's going to be that helpful.
Maybe not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now, but research is not a bad skill. It's just a little bit slower. I would say normally you probably wouldn't have time to do research. However, the lines are so slow, so slow that unfortunately for you, you absolutely do have time to do research on your phone to try to figure out who's going to be here. I'm so sorry to tell you that. I wish I could tell you that you didn't have time, but you do, unfortunately. Yeah, there's a huge list of names, people from everywhere. Most of the names you don't know, most of them at least. I mean, most of them. Dang it, I'm so sorry that you did that research. Well, I'm not sorry. I'm sure somebody else is feeling pretty bad about it, though. Yeah. I'm going to assume that you're going to memorize all the names that you notice. You go through everything because most of these people, there are some people whose names may not be here, but there are many names. There's so many people. This is a global conference. Most likely, this is all about rich Western countries wanting to get money. And you're probably going to guess there's going to be a lot of espionage happening in this space as well. A lot of politics. And you memorize all the names, and there's none that really sort of stand out to you, except for that one that does stand out.
Which one is that?
I'm going to give you a card, and then I'm going to take it back, if you don't mind.
Okay, absolutely.
Sure. Let me give you that card for a moment.
I'm going to flip it back.
Sure. Could you delete it, please?
Of course I can.
And now I'm going to give you that the wrong back, but go ahead. That should be the right one. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So there is a photograph of your journalist friend, Faisal Siddiqui, but that is not the caption. That is not the caption under his photo. He is listed in this sort of the research you're doing as a Saudi prince who is sort of taking over financial duties and is here to do negotiations. He's listed. Nothing particularly special. He doesn't seem to be he seems to be like not the oldest, right? Like one amongst many. Also, you've not seen him listed before. So, and when you knew him, he was definitely not living a princely life. He was doing his own thing, just being a journalist trying to live his life. You know what I mean? Like a regular person. But it seems as if he is no longer living the life of a regular person at all.
I make note of it in my head. And then I full on delete this page in my browsing history.
The message you got from him was that he wanted to talk to you. He had something really important he wanted to tell you, and he was wanting to get a hold of you early, you know, like early, before, I don't know, you might see anything in the newspaper, for example. Oh, well, so sad for him.
I'm going to open up an email. And in that email, I'm going to type out his email address. And I'm going to say, likely going to be a little bit late. Missed my flight. That said, good to know you're living the high life. And then I'll send it to him. And pulling out the wrong passport, I get ready for customs.
Yeah. So, by the way, because you traveled from one place to the next, you may refresh all of your general abilities.
Ooh, so cool is back.
And cool also your preparedness. And also Indeed. Your preparedness. As you are going through, you're right about to step up there. You're going to be at the same hotel as that big conference that he is also going to be at. Probably a number of reasons why you wanted to talk to you before you ran into him in a context that he...
Clearly he spent quite amount of time thinking about me and looking me up, yeah.
Might have, yeah. I wonder how you got invited to that conference anyway. Anyway, not important. So, as you're there and you're seeing these people who are in this big delegation sort of being waved through pretty easily, people checking. The two ahead of you seems to be also invited to the same conference that you're invited to, the SOAS conference. And they also don't give this person a real heavy look. That conference, it seems, that you have been invited to also seems to let people get through security without too much trouble.
He debates in his head as he walks up, while he looks like he's rifling through a pocket for something, and like pulls out a small gumball and begins to chew it, as he thinks, I don't know if it's safe. I don't know if it's safe for me. It'll be safe through customs, but I'm carrying the wrong briefcase. It's better if this briefcase and the man who was supposed to carry it disappears. The man who can carry it can be tracked from that freaking laptop. I like holding this.
You have tradecraft, right?
Yeah, I have tradecraft.
You know, if your handler were carrying this briefcase, he has not been invited to either conference. He would have had everything gone through had he gone through customs with it the way. Normally, not a big deal. At this moment, with this big, huge international trade conference going on, he would not be able to get through customs without people going through everything.
Which is why the switch happened. But I bet he didn't intend for my name to get tossed into a briefcase stolen by the whatever these people are.
Hello, sir. Can I have your papers, please? And what brings you to London today?
Oh, it was a last minute thing. Hold on. And I pretend to look through. And in this last second moment, I'm doing the wrong thing. I know I'm doing the wrong thing.
Before you do anything, I'm going to give you a choice, just so you know.
Yeah.
You have an edge invited speaker which you can use if you give them your actual name, or you can give them a different name, and then you'll need to make a cover test with an advance of 7.
Can I put forward this?
Please.
I have an edge called ready for this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And in this brief second, I think I have a fully formed cover story. Osman Fayez, I'm with the East Africa Business Council. Here for the conference. I'm sorry, this was a last minute switch. I wasn't meant to be doing this today. I like go through the list of names in my head, and I think Naomi, she fell ill, vomit everywhere, kids crying all over the place. Well, hold on, here I don't have the badge yet. I'm supposed to pick it up at the Palais Royale. Can I use my edge here?
Yes, you may.
I'm
Delete
ready with
your
the cover
edge.
story.
Absolutely. Delete your edge. That will work. That will work. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And the fellow is a little bit suspicious for a moment, but then you start talking about vomit and kids, and he stops, he looks up the name that you gave Naomi. Looks, she's there. You know this because you've done your research while you're waiting this long, long line. And she has not yet checked in or gone through. So you see him and he goes, well, sorry, sir, have a good time at the conference. Please. And he waves you through.
Oh, so sorry. Do you know where I'm supposed to get a cab from? Or the tube, right? The tube is how we do it, right?
Oh, no, sir, you shouldn't take the tube. There are a number of private cars hired to take you to the hotel. You do know which hotel you're going to, yes?
Oh, yes, of course I do. And like I briefly pull out, actually, it's got the header. It's got the header of the hotel. I pull out like a small booking confirmation and then tuck it right back in.
And he notices. You can tell that was a question that was meant to just do like an extra check just in case. And as he sees the heading of the hotel, the Hotel Cafe Royal, you can see that he's satisfied that actually, yes, you are supposed to be there. And he sort of points you out towards a slightly different exit where there are all these sort of private cars waiting to take people to the Hotel Cafe Royal. And he smiles at you. Please, have a lovely time in England.
Of course.
Stamps
Thank you
your passport.
I tuck it back into the jacket pocket, and I thank God that Osman exists. And I happily take one of these fancy limousines.
Oh, it's nice. And as you're walking in, as you step outside the airport, there is security everywhere. I'm going to just note this. Any heat that you would get while you're here during this conference is going to be doubled.
Oh, great.
Because security is really tight. And as you are waved through with no problem, you seem like you probably would be a delegate to this place. Nobody has an issue at all with you as you are driven into the heart of London to the Hotel Cafe Royal, which is this beautiful hotel. It is gorgeous. And there is so much security. There are brand new CCTV cameras everywhere, right? Like the amount of surveillance and security that's happening right now in London is heavy. I wouldn't say, from your knowledge and experience, that it is heavier in a suspicious way, but I would say it is super heavy, right? They clearly have very important officials coming here, people who are rich, powerful, and a lot of them all at once in one hotel, and they clearly do not want any bombs or any incidents, and so the security is tight. And no one who does not have a good reason to get into this hotel is getting into this hotel at all. Conveniently, you do have a reason to be in this hotel. There is this conference. Yes. Most conferences don't really get to be in expensive hotels like this. But nonetheless, it happens to be here, coincidentally. And you get access to this place.
I show up
Mm,
with a rolled up jacket and
mhm,
that's stuffed to the brim with something and nothing else.
mhm,
And I'll leave the
mhm,
actual briefcase itself. I'll rifle through it. I'm not looking at
mhm,
anything directly. I'll rifle through it, but
mhm,
everything
mhm,
that was in that briefcase is now in this jacket. That
mhm,
briefcase is closed and locked up, and
mhm.
I guess it was lost or stolen. How awful.
Oh, wow. Awkward. So terrible. Maybe just left in that car, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
This hotel has got wings that no one could get into unless you have authorization. You're not in that space. But as you walk in, the entire place is just packed with people moving in and out. You can see a contingent from Canada, from Saudi Arabia, from Oman, from the United States. Obviously, they're very loud. From France, from Russia, from the UK, like everywhere. There are people everywhere, and people are hustling and bustling. And then you can see the academics who are just trying to get to their floor. They're just on floor one, right? It is a bunch of madness. And I imagine you have to check in, yes?
Yeah.
When you check in with your name,
I'll check in with my real name and I will annoy the person at the front desk just a little bit too much about how my briefcase was stolen on the way here. And if I could get a
oh,
toiletry, like extra toiletries or
oh
anything.
yes. Uh, Before she says yes, she's up. You can tell that she's about to be very, very overly polite and very quick to help you. And then she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry," and she checks which list you're on, and she sees that you are on the academic list, not the big important list full of diplomats. And she goes from like, "Oh, yes, of course, we do have quite a bit of things going on today. It might take a little bit of time to get to your toiletries, but we certainly will."
I look at her. I look at like my jacket in my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand. Do you know there's any place around here that I could probably wait? No, does the hotel have a dry cleaning service? I mean, I'm gonna be stopping
Yes,
at
of
some point.
course. We also have butlers, but I imagine that wouldn't be necessary for you. And then you realize, like, you can see it in her eyes. She's like, "Oh man, I was not supposed to say that." Like it came out, and like you can see her regretting it as it comes out of her mouth. And she just sort of looks a little embarrassed and is trying to cover. But you could. Oh, she's like, "Oop, that was the wrong thing to say." Right? You can tell also she's probably been harassed quite a bit by very, very rich, wealthy people and also her bosses. It's been a long day already, and she may not be handling it the best, and you can see that she's regretful and embarrassed
119,
immediately.
right?
Yes, 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 of course. 119. And she hands you a key card, and she gives you and here's a packet of information if you've never been to London before. And if there's anything else you might need, we can certainly be helpful.
Uh,
Responses
I've
might be
lived
a bit
here.
slow. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I understand. But one more thing, kind of important. Do you mind passing a note for me to one of the delegations? And I like pull
oh
out a
yes.
notepad. Just and it says Faisal El Saud, room 119, circled. Just to him, please, wherever he's staying. He'll know what it's for.
Yes. She takes it, just makes the note, and then she goes into there's like a sort of backspace where like notes are sat, and she goes up and she sees your room, and she goes, "Oh, sir," and she pulls out a note. She goes, "There's a note for you, sir. It came in a few days ago," and she hands it to you.
Uh, when she was about to put my note away, which room was she reaching for?
She was reaching for one of these it seems to be one of these the top floor suites. They have the suites. People have entire floors up here, right? So they're these it's like the top couple of levels are all sort of private suites where
Yeah.
people, yeah, that's what the butler service is.
Thank you a lot. I'm gonna go to my room now and try
Of
and
course, sir.
wipe all the grime off.
And she goes, I'll make sure we send up some, would you like something to drink or eat? I can send something up. The kitchen is just,
Overloaded. Just a toothbrush
yes.
will be fine, and some deodorant. I'll step out if I need to grab a bite.
Yes, I'm so sorry, sir. And you can tell that she's apologizing for the thing that she said earlier, but, and she just sort of looks really sorry as you leave.
Okay. I'm going to go to my room.
Yeah. It's nice. I mean, it's not as nice as, up there, but it is nice. It is an expensive hotel. You've got like really high thread count sheets. Like the whole place is very, very nice. You have some of the cheapest rooms here, but that does not stop it from being very, very nice. And your hotel room has been paid. Usually that is not the case, but you are a keynote speaker and your room has been paid. I feel really badly for everybody else who's going to be speaking here. They probably can't even stay in this hotel because it's so expensive.
Yeah, this is all a bit absurd.
Hmm.
Even on this floor, there's probably just a bit too much security for me.
Yeah.
He's gonna walk straight to the room, close the deadbolt behind. Put out the do not disturb sign. Close the deadbolt behind him, and immediately lay everything out on the bed.
What do you look at first?
As I slowly unfold the jacket, I'm gonna quickly rip open the letter that's been sent to me 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Which means there's only one of two people I know, unless it's the conference itself, if it even exists at this point, that it could be.
It's a brief note. You recognize the handwriting. It's Marlowe's. And it just says, by now you should be here. I'll see you for lunch at noon, day 2. But, and it says I'll collect my briefcase. But
yeah, well, I'm afraid that's not happening.
Yeah.
Puts that aside and starts. I think we're going to start with the book because that's what I was immediately most curious about.
There is a book. You look at the cover, and it is Dracula by Bram Stoker. Old, though. Old copy. Hardcover. That's what it looks like from the outside.
I'm going to crack it open and just leaf through it a little bit.
Interesting. As you leaf through it, I'm going to have to... This is going to be a little bit complicated how this works, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
Take off my jacket and get ready for it.
Yes. I'm going to just give you this first.
Ooh, more edges. I love an edge.
You're going to get more than one. If you would read it out loud, that would be lovely.
Annotated Dracula. Your old handler secretly passed you a package containing a book, a brooch, and a laptop before being shot dead. A book, a brooch, and a laptop. The laptop seems to have been stolen from Canadian Air Force General Malcolm. I'm not going to read that bit just yet. Taking time will give a free push usable for situations relevant to the research for the person who owned the laptop. I leaf through
Don't turn that one over yet.
Copy of Dracula, Dracula, and I also open up the laptop and see if I can plug it in, and then notice who, because the splash screen happens.
Yeah.
Users, and I immediately notice who the user is.
Yeah.
And I get a bit worried.
Yep, it's a general. This laptop has been cracked, probably by Marlowe. And you can go through it if you like, but this is a copy of Dracula, and it has been annotated. There are, handwriting notes written all through it. The notes are written, you can notice just off the top of your head 3 different handwriting styles. This is a first edition.
Jeez. Why would he have a first edition copy of Dracula? What does that have to do with the Russians? This doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine the laptop came with a charger, right?
Mm-hmm.
One would hope. I'm going to plug in the laptop,
Yes.
and I'm going to put the Dracula book aside. This weird fictional annotated thing. Wait, okay. Just read me out one of these notes. What are one of these handwritten notes? These annotations. What, roughly?
I'm sorry. What?
One of these annotations. Can I just quickly scan to see roughly what it means? Like, what kind of
Sure.
annotations are being? Yeah.
Sure. Could you flip over that edge card if you wouldn't mind, and then
Oh,
read it
no.
out loud?
Also, that was a shadow edge.
Yes,
I have
it
marked
is a shadow edge.
My shadow tracker has already gone up, in case you're
Thank
wondering,
you.
because
Mhm.
that's how this works. Oh, no. Well, I'm going to mark that up again,
Mhm.
and I'm going to mark
heat.
up 2 heat.
2
because
heat.
London is
security's
shitty
tight.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
A first edition copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula, annotated throughout by 3 different people that I can't remember any of the annotations. It's as if they are erased from my mind. There must be a way to counter this memory loss. The shadow and heat affects all who possess this book. Cripes on a cracker.
You were saying you wanted to know what the annotations were. I remember that. You do not remember what they are.
I read one, and then I flip a page trying to notice a pattern. I read another. Was this one even written? I was trying to keep track of like what was written by who. These are 3 different handwriting styles. I don't even remember which one wrote the last one. I must be a lot more tired than I thought. That's it. I'm exhausted. I've been bitten through. I've seen a friend, I guess, die. Okay. Laptop. And I like thumb the box and I crack it open as I'm slowly like rifling through the laptop, logging in and the like.
The book, Dracula, sits there on the side. But in front of you is a laptop. And of course, you still have this box, small box. The laptop is stolen. And you have that sort of manila folder, that manila file folder with some sort of papers in it. The laptop is clearly stolen. It belonged to a Brigadier General, Leonard. And he seems to have been, it's like a Canadian general officer. He seems to have been overseas at the time. And I don't know, this is his personal laptop.
Yeah.
And Malcolm Leonard. It is, a little unhinged, I think is the best way to put it. There is so much on this laptop. It is just paper after paper after paper after paper. It seems as if he has just been hoovering up as much information as he can. He seems to have been searching for something. It looks like he was working, he was in NATO headquarters in Sarajevo. And he seemed to have been on his way back to Canada. At least that's what you can tell from his, like, he's got some flight information, things like that, tickets. Looks like he was commanding a logistical planning unit. And looks like he was looking into purchasing records, political deals, that he seemed to think that something was wrong. That something wasn't Right.
But he
But
didn't know
none of
what, did
these,
he?
he didn't know what. But something, and you can tell that this was not on official paperwork yet. It seems like the kind of thing that when somebody doesn't have enough evidence to prove something, you're doing it on your own. Um, Thing is, it looks like he suspected there was something wrong in NATO itself. That he keeps tracking things that were bought with NATO funds that then went somewhere else where they shouldn't have gone. He seems to be concerned that maybe NATO itself was infiltrated. Um, but that's not just that. There's more than that. Um,
Yeah.
it seems as if he's tracking blood supplies from NATO military medical stock being diverted somewhere he doesn't know. You need lots of people do blood drives, right? But these medical supplies, this sort of blood, huge amounts of blood that have been collected just never showing up where they were supposed to go.
I'm gonna
He
pull
noticed.
forensic
Yeah.
pathology just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking
Mm-hmm.
whole blood, plasma? Is platelets? Is there anything specific that I can learn about?
Whole blood.
Whole
Um,
blood
yes. Only.
only.
Also, only. Also, he seems to have found evidence of secret flights out of NATO air bases in Italy, in the Balkans, but he doesn't know where they're going because they were not logged properly. Evidence of diverted arms stocks from phantom missions in Afghanistan or Libya. And you can tell that he's like, no, this mission never happened. Right? So supplies are being diverted for missions that never occurred. Arms, blood. Uh, he you can see these notes where he's like, is there like a secret death squad operating out of NATO bases? And then it seems as if he's noticed leaks, NATO leaks that showed up in Soviet intel files that should not have gone to Soviet intel files.
Trooper, you said Soviet, not
I
Russian.
did.
Soviet.
Old stuff, yeah.
Oh
And you don't know
no.
how far back he's going. There is something else, though. He's concerned about arms going missing, blood going missing, death squads. It seems as if there's some sort of something wrong that's happening in NATO, and he sees it because he does logistics. And he seems to be obsessed with something else. A name. A name. Well, a couple of things. He's concerned about something called the Lisky Bratva, Russian mafia, that's heavily involved in human trafficking. And he seemed to see evidence that maybe somebody or something in NATO seems to be colluding with human trafficking. He's very concerned about that. And there's one name that you remember seeing recently.
If it's Faisal, I'm gonna lose it.
No, it's a name, Arkady Shevlenko. You remember the name.
Where have I heard that before? I'm.
Where
Oh,
have you heard it before? I can tell you one thing, but you might have heard it somewhere else, actually, depending on what skills you would like to bring to bear, you recall it because he is a delegate to the conference
At the conference, yeah.
At this conference right now. He, from what the news that you looked at said through your research, this is just the news part, is that he is a member of the Gokran, which is like basically their Ministry of Finance. And what the news said was that he was a specialist in like gemstones and minerals, and he's here to talk about mineral rights and gemstone rights and that sort of thing at this big conference. But the name is in this laptop, as a matter of fact. And the dossier mentions this name. And it says, I'm not certain. Is he part of the conspiracy? It asks. Is he an enemy? Is he a friend? And it just notes that. It also notes that there is this sort of tracking of this Arkady Shevchenko, who's currently at this conference where you're at.
Does he get tracked directly to this conference?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Now, I will note that Leonard doesn't seem to know what all of these things mean. But if you look at the manila folder with notes on it, that handwriting is Marlowe's. And these are Marlowe's notes on that he's been noting about this laptop. And I don't quite know how to tell you. Well, Marlowe's notes say conspiracy, and then says them, underlined, capital letters. And then says, must find a way to get to the conference. And then there are like some letters. And then it says Saracen. And then it says, why was he invited? Who invited him? Still, opportunity. And then there are these like just little notes. And it says review, and there's some document names that are from the Leonard dossier. And this one's like, review those. What does that mean? Who's compromised? And then it sort of like just notes another number with a big question mark, and then circles, and it says them? Question mark. And you can cross-reference those with a laptop pretty easily.
Before I do, there's one more thing I think I have to do.
Mm.
On this laptop, I'm just going to open up an incognito window.
Mm.
Think better of it and close the incognito window, and then pull open my phone and do the same. I don't want this thing connected to the internet.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to type out a name. I'm going to type out a name. Malcolm Leonard.
Mm-hmm.
Air Force General Malcolm Leonard.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try and see if I can figure out what's happened to him.
Oh. He was killed. It was an accident. Car accident, as a matter of fact. On his way to the airport, Sarajevo, on his way back to Canada. And there was a truck hit him. He died. Yeah.
That he's worrying.
He was at Camp Butmir, which was like a military base that hosted like both the NATO headquarters in Sarajevo and the European Union force training the Bosnian military. And
I'm going to do a little Ctrl-F.
Hmm.
I'm going to look for that camp name in his files.
Mm-hmm.
Has it appeared before?
Yes, it seems as if he has, let's say, I just need to say none of the files should be here on this laptop. These are all classified files that he clearly seems to have
I figured.
stolen from work and placed on this laptop as he's going through. And you could also tell he's not you have tradecraft, he's not a professional spy. It seems as if his process is to just like download gigabytes of data and then just slowly try to go through it and try to figure things out. Um, you know? Uh, yeah. Um, he doesn't seem to know. He seemed to have been Leonard. Seems to be very, very concerned that there is some sort of conspiracy happening inside of NATO that's doing something bad. And he doesn't know what or who's involved, but you could tell that he was looking for the information.
Which is
You
maybe
can
why he was
also
in Sarajevo to begin with.
you can also, your handler clearly stole this laptop. Marlowe stole it. Why did Marlowe steal it? That's a good question.
Marlowe's after the same them. It's the same
Yes.
conspiracy. They're both referencing a conspiracy, and two makes a conspiracy. So clearly
Yes.
there's something real about this. If two different people glommed onto the same thing, although it could be that Marlowe was investigating Leonard. Because of all these missing files.
It's also interesting to note, because you mentioned Sarajevo, he has only, or he had, he's dead now, only been stationed there for 5 months. He was previously stationed at the NATO headquarters in Naples. And he should not have gone from Naples to Sarajevo for a total of 6 months, right? Basically 5 months only. He should have gone from Naples back to Canada, finished his tour in Naples, gone back to Canada. But it seems from because you're doing that search for the camp, that he requested to be transferred to Sarajevo to finish out his tour. And it seems as if a lot of the files came from that base.
Which means that Marlowe was in Sarajevo too. Because if those files were downloaded in Sarajevo and then he died there, Marlowe intercepted him. Oh fuck, did Marlowe run over this poor man with a car? And then he wipes that, nope, don't get into it. The man's dead. There's no point running further into this. And also Marlowe was taken, if he is alive, he was taken by probably the same people. It's fine. Everything's fine. Well, it's not fine. You said there were some page numbers to look at.
There are some, yes.
Now would be the time. And I'm like rifling through and I'm going to crack open this box. As I do. The last thing.
And then I'm going to ask you another question. There's one of these, the first number, there's like a number of these numbers, and they all lead to sort of files that Leonard has stolen. But what is similar to them is that they seem to have come from the CIA. You know this, you've worked with the CIA before.
Yeah.
And these CIA files are talking about a source, a Russian source. And looking at the information, that source who's feeding information, leaking information to the CIA seems to be... It
wouldn't be Arcadia, would it?
It would indeed.
Fuck me.
So Marlowe seems to have pinged on Arcadia as being important, which seems to be where you come in as an opportunity. But it's clear that he didn't get you invited to this conference. Somebody else did, but he decided to take advantage of this. Also, there's that one last number. It's like a crime report from 1994.
Did you just say 1994?
I did. I did indeed.
Okay, go ahead.
But it seems as if this crime report has been, how do we say, suppressed, right? That's what it's all classified, right? Classified stamps on it. A former Soviet spy named Boris Vali was found dead in an alleyway in London. He was, it seems, according to this report, going to defect. And he was found killed. Looks like he was going to defect to the CIA, to the Americans. He was found dead in an alley with no blood in his body at all.
Sorry, no blood?
That is correct. Completely drained of blood.
Not poisoned.
Nope.
Not shot in the head with a pistol.
No.
Not any way that would be a typical Soviet murder.
Yes, that is correct. And Marlowe was quite interested in this.
There is this brief glance when I read Drained of Blood, where the eyes, his eyes just slip to the copy of Dracula on the table before thinking, that's quite literally mad. That's physically impossible.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, that's wild. Weird. What were the annotations in that book?
I don't remember.
Oh, that's weird.
Trooper, what's in the box?
Oh.
The brooch.
What's
in the box?
What's the box? When you open the box, there is other people who are not experts in these things would call it a brooch. You would not call it a brooch. You would call it an amulet or a talisman, is what you would call it. That would be a better choice. What are your skills that are sort of history, etc. related?
History, archaeology. There's one more. I don't know if it's a good fit. Occult studies.
Oh, interesting. That's weird. Weird thing to bring up right here. It is. I think so. I think so. I know. This is not a brooch, obviously. This is a talisman or an amulet. This, you would say, is from the 15th century. You would say... Oh, I forgot. I suppose I should show this one other photograph. When you tilt it, there is kind of a strange bluish enamel in the palm of the hand and at the fingertips. And
it's the shape of a hand.
It is the shape of a hand. And the palm or the backside, what look like... to other people would look like, I don't know, just wrinkles, you recognize as actually being writing in Arabic writing. You do have archaeology, history, yeah.
Is this the hand of Fatima?
Why, yes, it is. It's
a Khamsa. Oh.
It is.
Good dear.
But it's old.
And made to protect against the evil eye. What's it made of? Can I tell?
Yes. I'm going to just take you back to our main page so I can just give you another edge if you don't mind.
Of course.
Would you like one?
Edges. Yeah, sure. I'm just going to scroll to my trackers quickly. No reason. Oh, thank goodness. Amulet of Aisha. It's flat silver.
Would you read it out loud?
This flat silver amulet in the shape of the Hand of Fatima with subtle Arabic script on front, which reads "Luck and Misfortune." The elegant Nasrid writing dates it to the late 15th century, probably the Emirate of Grenada, Spain. The amulet has a strange blue enameled tint to it that sometimes seems to glow. Suppress your shadow score by 1 while wearing the amulet so it covers your third eye. Once permission, gate 1+1 cool dice for any supernatural challenge. I've got to ask, do I get that dice only if I wear it?
Over your third eye. If it's in your pocket, you don't get it. But if it's over your third eye, you'll be able to suppress your shadow by 1.
I think that's actually briefly. He
Mm-hmm.
holds it up to look at it closer, and his head just bends down slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And there is that
And
feeling.
there is a feeling. And as a matter of fact, you notice something you didn't notice before. As it comes towards your head and it feels warm, and that sort of strange blue, which you're a good archaeologist, you're pretty sure it's like well, I was going to say that normally you would be certain that this is a form of like enameling, very expensive, but a little off because there's something a little bit weird about the enameling. It doesn't seem completely normal, but it sort of glows, and that's the part that makes it a little bit not normal. The minute you get it close to your third eye. Yeah, this is not a brooch. Not a brooch, right? It is an amulet. And when you put it there, you realize that you have been on edge this entire time. There's been something like prickling at the back of your skull. Something uncomfortable, like your skin was crawling, and you only notice it because it doesn't right now. It stops.
I'm going to. Can I ask to activate a general
Yes.
ability?
Sure.
I think sense trouble.
Hmm. Hmm. Yes. In this moment, you don't have to roll because you don't actually feel any trouble in this moment right now with this amulet against your forehead. You feel safer.
Pulling it slightly down and clutching the palm of my hand.
Luck and misfortune.
Luck and misfortune. Playing with it, because I imagine it's rather small, right?
It is. It's like 2 inches maybe.
What the hell did you involve yourself in? What? I look back to his notes. Is there any record of this thing at all?
It seems as if you might have stolen it.
Well, I figured that.
Also, there are a couple of notes, and that's where you come in again. It seems as if he wanted to consult you on what this thing was. It seemed that he seemed to think it was important, but he calls it a brooch, and he doesn't know what it is, but it seems important. He figured that you'd be he notes in there that you're not part of the conspiracy, you're outside, so you would probably be safe to ask.
Marlowe, I am many things, but I'm beginning to think none of us were safe.
Aisha.
I mean, the third and youngest wife of the Prophet Muhammad is where my mind's going.
Yes. That's right. But, yes. Hmm. Maybe
Grenada,
something
Grenada.
else. Yes, somebody. Grenada. A queen. I believe
Yeah.
you remember Queen Aisha. Hmm. The last queen of Grenada, if you recall correctly. Is that right? Yes, Aisha al-Hura. Of course, the wife of Muhammad the 11th, the queen of the Nasrid dynasty.
Yeah.
She.
The mother of Muhammad the
This.
12th.
Yes.
The last few years of the emirate.
Yes. Which places this right at the end, right, of the 15th century. Hmm.
She went
She
into
was a great
exile.
protector. She did. This is royal.
This is ancient. Not ancient, but
Mm.
ancient is a non-specific term. This is the symbology used. It was probably made for her, which means she commissioned it. And if she commissioned it,
Mm.
she knew what it did.
Mm. Yes. Hmm. We'll be taking a break very shortly, but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are there any other skills you would like to bring to bear when you think about all this data that you have?
There's one. I know the answer.
Hmm. Hmm.
How much of this is bullshit? Be honest.
What skill are you using?
Bullshit detector.
Ah. There's not a lot of can't read people through bullshit detector that way. You know Marlowe enough. He does not seem to be bullshit. These notes are for himself. You suspect he did not expect you to be going through this because you had no time to really go through it necessarily. He was probably going to pick it up. These were for himself, but he was interested in Arkady. He seemed very interested in this fellow who's feeding information to the CIA, who was feeding information on that Lennart was also. Well, I will say, probably from your sense, it looks to you as if Marlowe is trying to follow up leads on this dossier, and there's a lot of leads in here for many things, but the one
Yeah.
that stands out to you at the moment is
Arcady.
Shevlenko. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he seemed to be wanting to be on that trail.
Okay.
The name does seem familiar to you, though. Shevlenko.
And this is where I think archaeology comes in. I've read a lot of stuff about soil samples. Objectively,
Mm.
a bit too much. More than I probably
Mm.
should have. Have I
Mm.
come. This guy's some big delegate talking about minerals and the like. Have I heard his name before?
You're asking from archaeology.
Yeah.
No. Wait.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Is your memory good?
I looked to the copy of Dracula again, whose annotations I cannot remember. I don't know if I can reasonably say my memory is good, though usually I would.
Uh, you do remember the name briefly, but not in but it was in connection with a different name. Saint John Philby, who was doing some archaeology. Uh, he was looking for like a lost city. Um, yes, that's right. Um, oh, this was a while ago. Uh, yes, it was. Well, it was in the Middle East. Oh, before the Middle East. Well, when it was still. Oh, let's just say a while ago, shall we?
A long, long time ago. Yeah.
A long, long time ago, as a matter of fact. Yes.
About
It
100 years.
was. Yes, about 100 years ago, as a matter of fact. Saint John Philby. Uh, well, before there was a kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as a matter of fact. Um, let's see.
I hold on.
Hmm. Yes.
I put that.
Yes.
I look at the name Arcady.
Hmm.
I look at the. I remember this name, Saint John Philby. I
Hmm.
remember 100 years ago,
Hmm.
and then I look at my phone. Where up
Hmm.
until about 2 hours ago,
Hmm.
for a brief second, there was an image of a man who I happen to know quite um, intimately,
Well, yes, yes.
with the name Faisal Al Saud.
Hmm.
And I remember suddenly a different name, but one kind of related.
Hmm.
Ibn Saud.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh
The
dear.
founder of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who, oh, what was that history? I believe St. John Philby was crucial to getting Ibn al-Saud as the head. I mean, he helped overthrow the Ottoman Empire and
Yeah.
install Ibn al-Saud as the king, and setting up that whole dynasty, of course. But now you're thinking. He also did some archaeological digs, as a matter of fact. He was looking for something back in 1932. He did an expedition to the
He
empty
crossed the Rubel
quarter.
Kali Desert. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking for the lost city of Irem for some reason. Uh, he was
Iran
doing
with the
quite a lot of
pillars,
archaeology.
or
Yeah,
Udar. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of archaeology. So this is where tradecraft would probably come in a little bit.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh, will just the activation of tradecraft be enough, or would you like me
Absolutely.
to to push it a
You
little
can.
bit?
You don't even need to. You're not in a position where if you push, you want to push when you have to worry about bad things happening. You want to avoid them, or you want to get an extra bonus. Um,
Fair.
Saint John Philby is known as a great trader to the UK
Yeah.
because the UK wanted someone else to be the head. They had a different candidate. They had their own puppet that they wanted to be in charge, and it wasn't Ibn al-Saud. You know,
No, it wasn't.
it was not, and they wanted somebody who'd be a bit more friendly to the British in terms of oil, obviously, and he didn't. They wanted Sharif Hussein as their figurehead, and he basically double crossed them, and he supported Ibn Saud, and he converted to Islam, and he served on Ibn Saud's privy council until the king died. Saint John Philby, actually died in Baghdad. He remained in the Middle East, and he was very important to the kingdom. Um, He died in Beirut in 1960. He was very involved in archaeology. Now, the question is, why do you know the name Shevchenko in connection to St. John Philby? Oh, that's right. Kim Philby, the son of St. John Philby. The other traitor, Kim Philby of the Cambridge Five.
Double
Famous,
agent for the Soviet
famous
Union.
double agent for the Soviet Union. Who died? Of a heart attack, perhaps? Maybe being poisoned. And Shevchenko was in the same nightclub. Shevchenko, this you know from Tradecraft, was Kim Philby's handler. His last handler.
How is that man still alive?
He's old.
I'm gonna go back to there were pictures alongside these names.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Some of them, yes.
I'm gonna look up Arcady. Is there a picture beside his name?
There is. He does not look good, my friend. He is. He does not look good. He looks haggard. He looks old and rough. Not good. Not good at all. Thin, tired, underweight, a little unhealthy, to be honest. Yeah. But he's still kicking. Still kicking.
And now working as a CIA asset, being a double agent himself.
Yes. Kim Philby died in 1988.
Yeah. He did. After he stopped being an agent, what, in the 1960s? Something like that?
Mm-hmm. He defected to the Soviet Union and stayed there his whole life.
So we've got... There's no way of ignoring that Marlowe has to be right, right? Len has to be right. This is clearly some sort of conspiracy. There's no way all of this would fall so neatly into place together at the same time. Too many lines along a path.
Mm.
Okay. Okay, but what does this have to do with... I look at the copy of Dracula again. Whole blood. Whole blood keeps on going missing. Arcady's not speaking in my conference, right? He's speaking at the other one?
No, but it's at the same hotel. Nobody is getting in and out of this hotel unless you have authorization. And you, my friend, are at a conference in the same hotel where Shevchenko will be speaking.
Okay. I'm going to take
Shevchenko.
Yeah?
Shevchenko, who was the last handler of Kim Philby, son of St. John Philby, who helped install Ibn al-Saud. And help those revolutionaries. And there's a prince bearing his name. Help those revolutionaries overthrow the Ottomans. And create this sort of modern situation where we are now. And for some reason, this Shevchenko, by the way, the documents that he was leaking to the CIA seem to be somewhat recent. Not for a long, it's not like he's been a long time double agent. It seems fairly recent.
Fairly recent. Because he's still working with the FSB. Has to be. So why is he playing turncoat now? He got a man to turn. Why turn himself? He's not suddenly a believer in the American cause. God help us. No one is these days. And what is this conference? This trade conference that I've never heard of until today. And why would he be showing up at it? Why the hell was I invited? And he's saying this out loud as he's packing up everything into the smallest bundle he can manage, except the amulet, which he tucks away. And he's going to find a place in this hotel room to hide everything as much as possible. Before taking a deep breath and leaving the hotel just for a little while to find something to eat, a cup of tea, maybe more than one cup of tea, and a messenger bag.
It's that moment where you put everything away and you're about to walk out, and you open the door to your hotel room and you walk into a psychiatrist's office. You sit down and there's a man there, a psychiatrist. And he looks at you a bit surprised. What are you doing here? I don't have an appointment with you.
What are you doing in my hotel room?
We're going to take our break. That's where we're going to take our break.
We can take our break.
Yeah. Something is happening.
Something's happening.
Well, we're going to find out. Why don't we, after this break, everybody stretch your legs and drink some water, hydrate yourself, and we will be back in 10 minutes. And you're going to see the starting soon screen because this is how we're doing it, and it'll be swapped. We'll see you shortly. Be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome, and we are back for part 1 of Out of the House of Ashes, our Seasons of Death winter adventure with our professor, who is in no way having trouble or in a bad spot, and also is not having any trouble. Although, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he is. No, I think it's fine. Right?
I'll repeat what I finished with. What are you doing in my hotel room?
And you realize you are not in a hotel room. You are in a psychiatrist's office. and he's a bit
This doesn't
surprised to
make
see you.
any sense.
Excuse me, I don't have an appointment with you? Who are you?
So Marlowe first. Well, no, Leonard, then Marlowe, and now me. We're all just losing it, aren't we? Going completely, utterly mad.
Sorry, I don't think I have, I'm sorry. Who are you? And he goes to look at his appointment book to find out who you are. I don't have an appointment.
Okay, let's start with who you are.
Ah,
This seems to be a psychiatrist's office, although you're not in London because is the sun
no,
shining right now?
yes, it's quite nice out.
Well, it's the middle of the night where I well, not the middle, it's the beginning of the night where I am.
Oh,
Was.
well, I see you might need my help after all. We're actually right outside of DC. Have a seat. What is your name?
Bullshit detector. That's not my name. I'm not saying that's my name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a bullshit detector on this guy.
He, he is having a professional demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little concerned, right? There is something. He doesn't know who you are or what you're doing here, and you can tell he's a little bit on edge and nervous, but he's hiding it really well, which also tells you something. He's really good at hiding things, right? Like if you did not have bullshit detection, you would not realize there was anything going on with him. So he's practiced at being deceptive or hiding his feelings. He's practiced at hiding things, but he doesn't seem to have any kind of. You're not picking up trap feelings, right? You know, like he's like trapped you, or he's like, he seems to have no idea who you are. And he's not quite certain if he's safe. You get that kind of vibe, right? You get the kind of vibe that he is putting on a show of feeling like everything is normal, but he does not seem as if everything is normal on the behind the facade.
Sorry, my jacket's stuck in the door. I'm gonna quickly open the door behind me and take a quick look outside.
You seem to.
Inside?
Yeah, it seems as if you're in a hallway in some kind of private practice. It seems to be pretty like a two-story, probably. Maybe you're on the second floor of like one of these kind of smaller practices. You notice that there's pretty decent security here, but you seem to be outside of the city. You're not in London or DC, somewhere maybe suburban. The security seems to be mostly good locks, maybe, right? Quiet, though. Quiet.
You said we're in Washington, D.C., right?
Well, outside of Washington, yes. So, again, what is your name?
Sorry, sorry. I get confused sometimes. What's yours, Doctor?
Uh, and he looks up and you can see the diplomas on the wall behind him. That's well, we're not here to talk about me. If you've been sent to me, which three-letter organization?
What name is on those diplomas? Is there a name on those diplomas?
There is, but you can't read it. It's just as if there's like a Gaussian blur over it, and you can't read it. It's vague.
I'm with I'm with the CIA actually.
Ah, all right. I assume
Who are
you're
you
here
with?
because you. Well, I am, after all, I have clearance. Um, I'm here when you, I presume you've been sent to me, you had some sort of violence or something like that you've seen in the field, and I'm one of the people you can talk to get back out there and work on that.
I'm gonna try and
I'm
keep my cool
attached.
for a little bit.
I'm attached to more than one, but I would say I work with multiple agencies. Um,
Okay, I got a plan. I got a plan. Let's see how good this
okay.
guy really is. No, I don't say that
Hmm.
out loud.
Yeah.
Let's see how good this guy really is. I'm going to slightly pace.
Mm,
I'm intentionally doing this. I'm not actually
mm,
freaking out. I'm slightly
mm.
pacing as if I can't speak, and I'm
You
waiting for
still
him to
have
try and
the
fill up.
you still have the bundle under your arm. You remember putting
Um,
it away and walking out, but it's still under your arm as if you hadn't done it yet.
of course it is. Uh, I'm trying to I'm trying to provide enough silence that he will naturally fill in the spaces. I
Hmm.
know I have him uneased.
Yeah.
I know he
Yeah.
feels a bit unsafe. I'm not going to
Hmm.
come closer to him, but I'm going to
Hmm.
look freaked out and not say anything.
He waits a bit. He's like, please have a seat. I am here to help.
I think I'm going crazy.
Probably not. Why do you think that?
How much do you know? Do you know about our assets?
I know quite a bit.
Do you know about Shevlenko?
Shevlenko. Well, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time, as a matter of fact. Uh, Old Soviet era, handler of, the Philbies. Why?
He's still alive, but he's supposedly ours now. I've been looking into
No.
him. Something doesn't make sense, and the more I look into it, the less makes sense. And there's blood traveling everywhere, and missing, and items are missing. And I think I think I think there's something
Okay.
working out of NATO, but it's not NATO, and it's not one of ours. It's something else.
Huh. I see. I see. Have you told anybody about these concerns of yours?
Who would believe me? Who would? I'm gonna glancing at him. How does he feel like he understands what I'm saying a bit too much? If he's just is he humoring me?
He seems a bit more concerned than he was before. Like, he's not humoring you. He does seem to know maybe perhaps too much, but is trying to play it off like he doesn't. Like he's trying to get the vibe that he's neutral and open to listening to you without judgment. But there's this sense of like, oh shit, right? Like as you say those things, but not like he's clearly, you get the sense that he's hiding something or wanting to keep something hidden, but also that something is bothering him, like he's got this kind of, like there's like an itch or something, or maybe he has a headache, but there's something that may be physically wrong with him. And every time you pace and you pace and you get closer to him, he's being irritated more. When you walk away, his irritation's a little bit less, and when you walk closer, it's a little bit more.
You're not you're not part of it, right? You're not
No,
one of them.
no, 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 not at all. Um, Not that I. Who is them?
Who's them? Like buying time for a second, trying to think about what could I say that doesn't sound completely crazy, but at the same time is just enough.
He's
And
he's triangulating you. What you're trying to do, he's trying to do. He's trying to figure out what you know and what he can or cannot say. He's trying to not give anything away in case it's bad, right? Like there's like a, now maybe you're doing something slightly different than he is. He looks like maybe he doesn't want to trigger you to kill him, perhaps, right? Like, or like there's like, you might be doing something slightly different, but you're both trying to like draw out info from each other. He seems, but perhaps for different reasons, you know?
The question Illyaz is asking himself right now: am I trying to do what I did with that guy who wouldn't leave me alone, or am I trying to get him to show his cards before I do? What do I actually want here? Because he's not sure. He's not sure, because this is the most intriguing thing that's happened since, Marla was shot.
Yeah. You would say it's probably about, you said you wanted to go and get some tea, right? It's probably like almost 4 to 5 p.m. Dark though, London. It is clearly much earlier in the day, maybe earlier in the morning. It might be his first appointment. Yeah.
Who's them? They're the ones behind everything. They're the ones behind Sarajevo, behind what happened in Nairobi. They're killers. You know that, right? That's what they do. Lennart knew, and they killed him.
Where are you in relationship to him at this moment? Are you still pacing?
No, I think I've turned, but I'm forming a little triangle here. The door's on one side. I'm on the opposite side next to the windows.
Yeah.
And basically, there's the chair that I'm supposed to be in. There's him, and I'm halfway, but off to the side, close to the windows. As basically as far away from the door as I can get, caught halfway between where I'm supposed to be and where he doesn't want me to be.
And if you stay out of melee range, let's say, he seems to be less agitated. He's trying to cover his agitation, but there's like something that seems off. He's got his antenna up, right? But it's almost as if something painful whenever you get too close to him when you were walking. Now that you've sort of gone towards the window, he feels a bit more comfortable or less pained, it seems, from just reading him. He's also clearly trying to cover it all up, but also he looks confused, right? There's a lot going on with him in the sense that he is clearly trying to be evasive. He's clearly trying to sort of be evasive, but also he seems to be covering up physical discomfort. Also, he doesn't seem to know what's going on. He seems actually quite genuinely confused about something, but it doesn't seem to be about what you're saying. Like you're talking about, Nairobi doesn't seem to actually ping. He didn't seem to know what that is. But when you mention Sarajevo, that's not what confuses him, right? Like some of the things you're mentioning, he doesn't seem surprised by. He seems to be taking them in and sort of gathering information. But he doesn't seem to know what Nairobi means. No. He seems to be like, that seems like curious. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, right? But there is something that he doesn't understand. And it's probably your presence, but there's something else. Like he doesn't understand his physical discomfort. He doesn't quite know what's happening right now, but he's covering it. And he's clearly sort of like giving a BS facade. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question. This bank of windows I'm against, is there like a base? Is there, one of those big, long chest of drawers that extend from one end of the room to the other?
Yes.
I'm going to drop my package on one side of me, closer to the chair I'm supposed to be in. And I start like crossing my arms and I pick something, just something. He picks something out of his coat pocket and he starts fiddling with it like you would a coin. And then I'm going to place it on the baseboard and slide it closer towards him. And the amulet of Aisha is going, I'm staying in the same place, but that's getting closer to him. How's the physical discomfort doing?
It seems to lessen a bit, actually. Just a little. And you notice that his eyes keep drifting to the bundle with a bit of like a confusion. Like he's not quite certain. Like it's like he hears something, but he's not quite certain what it is. The discomfort feeling that was emanating from you is no longer emanating from you. It's emanating from the bundle. And as the coin, it's actually the amulet, comes closer, he does seem to breathe a little bit more easily. So, but he's covering it, right? But he feels a bit more at ease now that the amulet is closer to him. He doesn't seem to recognize it though, right? And he's not actually paying attention to it because he's now paying attention to the bundle with the question mark over his forehead. Like he doesn't know what's in there, but something doesn't feel right about the bundle to him, right? But he's trying to cover it so he doesn't um, give anything away.
Illyaz is gonna quickly take his thumbnail specifically, press it to his palm and see if he feels anything. Does it hurt?
No.
Just a bit harder, maybe.
No?
Hard enough to make a grown man cry?
No.
And looking back at the palm once the thumb is removed, is there any evidence that that was a thumbnail just pushing into it at all?
Oh, let me ask you a question. Would you like there to be? Do you imagine that there is?
I think at this point, the thing he's trying to prove is that this is not a physical location, not really. And he wasn't transported halfway across the world, quarter way across the world, across the pond, if you will, to Washington, D.C., a place he has never been and never wants to be.
Well, in which case, so no, there is no wound or injury on your palm. If that is what you're thinking about, no, your palm has no blemish.
What are you? You don't make any sense. Of course, nothing about this makes sense.
It's all right. It's all right.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm not going to attack you. You don't have to hide that either. It's kind of obvious and it's a bit grating. You actually try taking that thing and placing it above your forehead, if you would.
He reaches out.
Over, yeah,
and he sort of leans over. When you get closer, again, there's no discomfort now that you've walked over to him without the bundle under your arm. And he sort of takes it and he goes, "Oh, this is strange. What is it?"
Honestly, it'd be a bit difficult to explain. Just place it over your forehead for a second and tell me how you feel.
And he puts it over his forehead, and you can see, he can't because it's on his forehead now, the blue enamel glows a little bit. He relaxes, calmer. Well, I do feel better. He sort of takes it off.
Let's try that again. Put that back over your forehead one more time, just one more time. What's your name?
And he stops, and he holds it there for a moment. I can't. Hopkins. I don't think that was the name I was born with. Hopkins. Was that my code name?
When was the last time you remembered your name?
And he moved his head and he has to put it back on. Oh, I imagined it was just yesterday. And he goes to his date planner, and you can see the day for today, and the day for today is like 2-3 years ago.
That's not the date. Hold on. I got my glasses for this. I open up the bundle, and I surreptitiously make sure the copy of Dracula is as far away as possible and kind of hidden. And I open up the laptop, and I'm going to scroll through, control find Hopkins, control find this, roughly this date 3 years ago in the events tab, looking for anything that could be attributed to this date.
Nothing from there, but a couple of weeks later, there's a story of an American doctor who was found drowned, attacked by Al Qaeda terrorists, probably. France.
Is there a name?
Hopkins.
Next of kin?
A husband named Ollie. And have a daughter.
What's her name? Does it say, or is she too young?
They didn't mention her name. Probably for protection.
I'm gonna.
And the story, you've got your bullshit up, feels like a cover story that probably the CIA put in there, right? He clearly is a person, and he was clearly killed over in Europe. And there's a whole story about him being like on vacation or traveling, and it's clearly some kind of terrorist attack. But was found drowned and beaten, right? Like he'd clearly been beaten, tortured, you're reading between the lines, and then drowned, fished out of the Seine. But that would have been like maybe 2 weeks after this date.
How much was he tortured? How long was he tortured for?
It doesn't say.
Does it look like? Does it, by the bruising, how long did he hold out?
Looks like a while, actually. But you would guess, well, first off, Al Qaeda wouldn't do this. This is not Al Qaeda. But somebody wanted some information. Yes, yeah. Right. And somebody wanted information, and it looked like he held out for quite some time, unfortunately. It also looks like maybe he held out the entire time because it looks like whoever killed him was mad in the end, right? Like there was some kind of he didn't drown, his body was dumped. And that's because you have forensic pathology and you're looking at the photograph, right?
Last question. Big question. Hopkins. I'm going to scan the diplomas and degrees on the wall. Any of them, does the word Hopkins suddenly appear? Maybe in the name section behind the Gaussian blur, or maybe perhaps, in the school's names?
It actually is the school's name.
Yeah,
is where it shows up. Yep. That's probably where he took his code name, right? Like that from where he went to school. Yeah.
You're a quite strong person, I can tell, just by looking at you. You're a very strong person, and that means you're mentally strong too. So I'm going to show you something.
When you pushed Dracula out of the way, he relaxed even a little bit more.
I already figured. I took that as granted.
Just to confirm it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to do something that I wouldn't do normally. Okay, I'm going to do something that I wouldn't do normally. And I'm going to maximize that article. And I'm going to show him the laptop.
What is this? What are you doing?
It's exactly what you think it is.
Some kind of sick joke?
Not only is it not a joke, but you and I have never met before. I don't know you. I've never even heard of you, or your name, or your husband Ollie, or your daughter. And I'm not threatening you. Trust me on that. I'm going to use reassurance to make sure he understands that I'm on the level here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to scare you. This is you.
But that says I'm dead, and I'm sitting right here.
This year, this date on your paper, it's several years from now. I'm going to check something. Going back to the desktop, there's a little date thingy right at the bottom corner. What date's got that? Is it the same date? I'll say this. I want it to be my date, not his.
Well, And now it is your date. It was unclear, but now that you want it to be today's date, it is today's date. And I will let you know, when you saw it, it was just vague. It was unclear, right? And then it wasn't. And then it was today's date. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Because none of this makes any sense. Because about 3 minutes ago, in case you haven't noticed, not CIA, I was leaving my hotel room. And I left that bundle.
Are you
underneath the
MI6?
mattress. No, I'm not MI6. I'm CSIS. Canadian. I'm Canadian.
Oh.
Well,
and there was a bit of a panic when he asked you if you were MI6. And when you said that you weren't, he relaxed.
What's your deal with MI6?
Huh. You can't necessarily trust them.
You can't trust anyone in our profession.
Some less than others.
Look, I'll tell you what I can tell you from this, right? Someone wanted information out of you. And you held out for long. Your family was probably threatened. They used everything they could against you. But you didn't tell them what they wanted because they wrecked your body before they dumped it in that river. And knowing who compiled this data, your family's still alive. Because otherwise they'd be in there too. So how am I talking to a dead man right now? Weeks before his death, years before I even knew this laptop's existence.
Well, let me see. May I look at the laptop?
Yeah, please do. I mean, worse comes to worse, I am going mad and you're in my head. But or I'm in your head, I guess.
Thinks about that for a second. He sort of looks in the laptop and goes, well, this looks like Canadian. Oh, yes. And that sort of like seeing it's a Canadian general, brigadier general's laptop confirms your story a bit for him, right?
Yeah.
Did you, what happened to this? Are you?
No, he's dead.
Probably.
Sarajevo.
When?
Couple weeks back, I think, or months. I haven't double checked, but it wasn't too long ago. For you, 2-3 years in the future and change.
I see. Well, he seems to be looking for a conspiracy.
Yeah, I didn't lie about that bit. I want a name from these diplomas. His name from these diplomas. I want it, Trooper. Can I get it?
All you keep getting is Hopkins. And that seems very important to him. It seems very important to him, and it seems familiar to you somehow. Like, you're remembering something. It's in the corner of your head, though. And you can't really... It's like it's slipping out of your mind, this thing.
I'm going to... He's looking at the laptop.
I'm
going to slide that amulet. Put it over my forehead. And try and desperately remember. Does that help at all?
You feel as if it is something different, right? There is something else happening. And let me say this in terms of flavor.
Ooh, flavor. Yeah. Go at it.
Or smell.
Oh.
If this amulet smells as wild roses, let's say, what you're trying to remember doesn't smell like wild roses. Your mind is clearer. But
If I were
it feels like it's a different flavor, if that makes any sense.
if I were to ask, okay,
Mm.
on a scale from, let's say, incense, something a bit eldritch, old,
Mm.
or something more along the lines of acid or even ozone, where is it on that level? Can I tell?
So your amulet seems to, like, the wild roses. You get the smell of wild roses. It seems to cover a smell of, like, that kind of cologne smell. But you don't smell that anywhere here except maybe like a slight whiff of that smell. Not exactly the same though. It's actually a little bit different and like seawater off of him a little bit. Not that it comes from him, but perhaps somebody was torturing for a while, had a smell similar. Not the same, but similar. But this thing you're trying to remember seems to be blocked by a more, a smell of like, can't really place it, but it smells more modern, I guess, is the best way to put it.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Uh, you were looking at his date book, weren't you?
Yeah, it was.
There's writing in it, of course. His handwriting is in it. It's sloppy and hasty. In a cheap red ballpoint pen. You have it to your forehead, right?
Yeah.
You have seen that handwriting before. You have seen that handwriting before. The same sloppy, hasty handwriting. Same red ink.
Inside the copy of Dracula.
You'd have to look, I guess.
No, no, I wouldn't. Can I understand this? Can I understand these this date book stuff? Can I read it?
Yes.
And then if I turn my eyes away and I close them,
Mm-hmm.
can I remember what they say?
Yes.
I take the amulet off. Can I still remember what they say?
Yes. In his date book, yes. The handwriting, and it's like when you try and you think, yes, actually, I do think that his handwriting is one of those annotations in that book. But every time you try to remember what is in that book, it slips away.
How are you doing with that laptop, friend?
Well, you should, I imagine you've come to my office. I still don't know why you're here. I don't know
didn't come
what
to your
brought
office.
you. No, you did. You walked in the door. And I don't know what brought you here. You have a cult, right?
Yes, I do. I have a cult
Yeah.
study.
It's probably the book.
I'm going to say a name. I'm going to put a name out there.
All right.
God, I feel so ridiculous. I feel like literally. I know it's not appropriate these days. I feel like a moron.
You don't have to. It's fine.
No, it's not fine. It's not fine because the best thing is that I'm crazy. Okay, the best thing is that I'm literally going mad. The best thing is that am in a fever dream since I got on a plane and maybe smelled gas, and this is the brief few seconds before my plane crash lands somewhere in the Alps. That's the best thing. The worst thing is that you're going to have a reaction to this name. You're going to react to it.
All right.
Dracula.
Why are you mentioning that name?
Bullshit detector.
Inside, huge alarm bells going off in his mind, right? And he's like, nope, not gonna react. And like, he's really trying to cover this up, but he is in a bit of a panic, right? Just
Don't.
Yeah.
So it is the worst. It's the worst then, because you reacted. I mean, you didn't react. I get it. But you reacted.
Why do you bring that up?
Because there are three different writers of annotations. 3 of them. 2 of them I don't recognize. 1 of them I do. And I take my finger and point it towards him and then to his date book.
So I am
So
dead.
you were involved with this? Yeah. I'm sorry. That's not sensitive. I really am sorry. I don't know you. You had a husband. That sounds nice. I wish I had one some days. That's awful. Really. But yes, you are.
Are you sure he's all right?
It would have been reported. It would be in that laptop. Or in the notes I have. There is no possible way he is dead. And I think it's probably because, if we're being honest, there is that fear that what you knew, he might know. He's not dead, but I guarantee he's being watched. Because it's what I would do.
Have you seen the book?
How have I seen the book?
Yes.
Or have I seen the book?
How?
It's kind of impossible for me not to. After all, it's right here with us in this room.
No.
And I step to the side. And it's there. It's there as if I'd never covered it, because I want him to see it now.
Mm-hmm. And that is true. That is exactly true. And he sort of like recoils a bit. He goes, that was hidden. You shouldn't have it.
It was in a briefcase.
No. No. It was in my home. I left it in my home where they wouldn't look for it.
Smart play, really.
Amongst
intelligent.
The library.
No one ever bothers to look in a place with things exactly like it. And honestly, looking at your suit, you're probably more well off than I am. You probably have a dozen first editions of random things to hide it in.
I do. How did... That means you were in my home?
No, I wasn't. It was in a briefcase. Lynok, maybe? Trying to investigate your death? Maybe someone who picked up after him? I'm avoiding saying the name Marlowe.
But you have it. You have
I have it. And I can't read it. Well, I mean, I can, but I don't remember it.
Yes, there's something on the book. They did it. I tried to make photocopies of it, scans.
But they didn't
Every
work.
time no.
Then
Every
you probably
time.
tried to rewrite the passages, didn't you? By hand.
I did.
Because that's what both of us would do.
Yes.
And still they disappeared. Like you'd never written anything at all.
Yes. I could write
and that's
in
why
it.
No one made a bloody note about this thing. Not Lennart, not in those notes, because every single time they did, just like you, it disappeared.
I was able to read the notes. I made annotations on the notes.
Do you remember what they said?
There are so many. I don't think you know what this is and what they are up to.
That's because until 5 seconds ago, when you reacted to that name, I didn't believe vampires existed at all.
Oh, I'm afraid they do. Though, that's actually not the worst of it, I don't think.
Oh, good. More. At this point, he fully settles down into that chair, which is somehow closer than it used to be. Just
true,
in a
it
big
is.
old heap. It's unfortunate. I don't like this.
You are just shaping reality in this space, and you now realize it. Like, you know it.
Mm-hmm. You're not in my head. You're attached to that thing. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because you didn't exist until I had you in my possession, the book in my possession. But I can shape it, which means it's affecting my brain. It's forming itself around me. You know?
Yes, yes.
Who did you talk to? Did you talk to anyone? Was it like this? Did you have a person in your head?
No, I'd see clients.
Clients. So why is it showing me you?
You see, there is an organization.
An
It's
organization.
yes. You know, my husband is a journalist.
Your husband's a journalist.
Yes.
Well, fuck me sideways.
Why?
Never mind, it's not important. Ollie was his name?
Yes.
Short for Oliver, I'm imagining.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Journalist. Yeah, tell me about him. You clearly want to.
No. The problem is not the vampires. I mean, they are a problem after all, but they're not the real problem. The real problem is Project Edom.
Project Edom.
Yes. It's the
Project
British,
Edom Project.
you see.
Which is why I don't trust MI6.
No.
It's an SIS project. It's a His Majesty's project.
Yes.
Also, by the way, His Majesty now.
What?
Yeah,
Oh.
the Queen's dead.
Did she get too close to the truth?
No, she was old.
Oh, I
Just
see.
ridiculously old. I mean, not ridiculously, but like...
I see.
Project Edom.
Yes.
Project Edom. Edom. Edom's the name. Edom. Judah, Jordan. It was a kingdom, wasn't it?
They did it.
They did what? Killed you? Started Project?
That book, the other two annotations, are clearly also intelligence agents.
Intelligence agents like you were?
Well, I was more of a bit more on the outside.
An asset. Yeah, I have the feeling. Okay. So this Project Edom made that book. They annotated that book.
No. These were people trying to uncover the truth of Project Edom. Or people who work for Project Edom. It... the second one.
There's another?
No. He said, there are mysteries which men can only guess at, which age by age they may solve only in part. On St. George's Day, 1978, Romanian border guards shot and killed Nicholas Lohman as he attempted to cross illegally from Hungary. I watched it happen, not me. Number 2. I was there disguised as a Hungarian soldier, along with 5 other British officers. In the months prior, Nicholas Lohman had become the focus of an investigation into a suspected intelligence leak within SIS. With his death, the mole hunt ended, and with it, Operation Edom. I am not myself, I am unable, with the sources available to me, able to confirm the truth of those statements. I am no longer sanctioned to investigate this matter, and I cannot trust anyone, including myself. I intend to return this volume to the archives. An automatic monitoring program within the SAS computer system will alert my successors when he awakens once again. God bless you and keep you safe.
He, Lohman? Or the person who killed
No,
Lohman?
Dracula.
I'm going to quickly glance through the files. Is there anything here from SIS, from MI6?
Yes. Nothing. There are a couple of notations about Edom, but it doesn't seem anything is from Edom, but people have mentioned wanting to know what it is, requests about it. You see...
So this is it. Project
From what I
Edom,
can tell.
Yeah?
From what I can tell, that book, well, it was given to me by someone from MI6 who stole it from Project Edom.
The archive.
The archive, yes. The whole book is true.
That Dracula existed? I mean, I knew that already. That Dracula is a vampire? Well. Bram Stoker wrote that novel.
Bram Stoker, I believe, these are case notes.
Yeah, they are. Each of them corresponds to either an event file or a case of some kind. All of them were stolen from NATO archives, that is. Although I think some of them were probably taken from Five Eyes Records as well, the
Yes.
earlier ones.
Um, I think this book is a way to, is disinformation, I think. Tell the truth in a way that makes it seem fictional so that no one would believe it.
All right. Take that as true. Someone's trying to cover the truth. But why?
Yes.
Vampire Dracula will rise again. That's what one of the annotators said. So it's not in fear that they will kill Dracula, because Dracula's not dead and obviously cannot die. Rise again kind of suggests a resurrection thing, right? A resurrection mythos. And it wouldn't make sense. He's a vampire. What did Project Idem try to do? Didn't try to kill him.
No.
That's not it.
They tried to recruit him.
Control him.
Control him.
And then they realized their mistake. And like agents do, buried every bit of evidence about it.
Or they didn't, and they still control him.
I don't know. But I don't think so. Because remember what he said, MI6 will notify my successor. There's no record of that. I mean, all of these files stolen. If MI6 sent a single memo out about, someone being successor, I feel like they would have shown up by now. I don't think Dracula's risen again, or if he has, I don't think MI6 knows about it. At least that's what I'm inferring. What does that have to do with
All
the
I
Bratva?
know. What?
The Bratva. It's a long story.
I don't know, but there are others who have been dealing with them. And I don't know if the British Empire is using these vampires to their own ends, or if they just think they are and they're being used in return. But there's evidence that these vampires, and maybe also the British government, I don't know, it's in league. Wait.
I don't think the British Empire has much control over anything. After all, the sun has set on the British Empire, and quite literally at this point.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What happened the last 3 years? Well, good.
Oh, quite a lot.
I think they brought Dracula upon us like a plague.
When?
In the 1890s, at least. It's in the book.
A book I cannot read.
There's got to be some way. I don't know. I feel like it's Listen. They are out there. And you said something about Shevlenko.
Arkady Shevlenko, yeah.
Yes. What about him?
Okay. Arkady Shevlenko once was the handler of known British turncoat.
Yes.
Kim Philby. Philby's dead, but Shevlenko's not. And now the CIA are using Shevlenko as a turncoat. Documents from as recently as about a year ago basically have the FSB leaking into the CIA through Shevchenko. And now recently, he's taken up a post at a trade delegation to talk about mineral rights, although I have never heard of him in regarding anything to do with geology.
Where? Where?
London,
Uh,
where I was.
London.
Cafe Royale.
Oh. Well, that sounds like he's wanting to defect. That's what it would have been in the old days.
That's what it would have been in the old days, but here's the thing. That man turned a turncoat. He made a British agent into a Soviet man, right? Why switch sides now?
But more importantly, why switch sides to the Americans and not the Brits?
No previous connection. No previous relationship. I mean, beyond the whole Cold War. But this was after then. The turn, at least.
What's the connection between Shevchenko and he just sort of looks at the book. Dracula.
He could possibly be one of the conspiracists. That's all I've got so far. But the man's old. If he's a vampire, unless vampires work a lot different than in my head, you know, the whole never aging thing. The man is aged a lot.
If he's in London, he could easily defect to the MI6 unless he knows they're compromised.
What is he trying to defect about? Is he trying to hand over this Dracula to the CIA, hand over evidence that the MI6 was trying to use Dracula to the CIA? I mean, which one is it? Those are two very different things.
I don't know.
And again, why the Americans? If you wanted to ruin the Brits, the Soviets could simply publish that. The Soviets. I'm getting my timelines confused now. The Russians could simply release that kind of information, right? Turn on a bunch of bots and trolls. Year from 3 years ago. That wouldn't help.
Robots.
No, I wish.
The vampires come from the Eastern Europe. I have no doubt that they know about them as well.
Eastern Europe.
Yes.
Is in Wallachia. As in Vlad Tepes.
Yes. Well,
as in the guy who lived when this amulet was made. There's the connection.
I don't know. I cannot remember hardly anything. But
hardly your fault. You're dead.
There's no need to rub it in. As far as I could tell, the Americans don't have a vampire of their own. And I don't even know if they know about it. But clearly people are looking.
Can I ask perhaps the ridiculous question?
Yes?
Why do this at all? Why try to own a vampire or control a vampire? If you have a human-eating, blood-sucking, soul-stealing monster, why try to turn it into... Why am I even asking this question? We invented the atomic bomb.
Exactly.
It's an arms race.
Yes.
Except the arms are sentient.
Yes.
Sapient.
And immortal.
And probably don't care for being controlled very much.
Probably not. Hubris.
You said you'd been seeing agents.
Yes.
Who are they?
They have names.
You're struggling to remember them, right?
Yes, they do come and visit me regularly, though.
Try this one more time. I pass over the amulet. Just over the forehead. Names.
Hmm. He looks at the book for a moment. Edom, I think, has, this will sound silly, magic.
What doesn't? Yeah.
The book, I believe, has been warded in some way with some sort of magic.
Yeah. And newer magic, too. It smells modern.
I imagine those. I wonder if it was Edom who killed me.
The project or the vampire?
No, if it was MI6, I imagine they killed anyone who knows about them.
If it was MI6, they'd use you better than what they did.
Oh.
I mean, they had more insight into you, right? Connection to Five Eyes. And on top of that, I don't know if they dump you in the Seine.
I suppose you're right. Maybe it was one of their vampires, I guess.
Maybe. Yeah.
I can pass along a message. One of them, Archangel, wanted contact numbers. I can pass it along. I think he wants to meet with people. Archangel, yes. If you write it down, I can. Things that happen in this space, they remain, you know. Like when they don't go away. I don't remember anything other than when you come in or someone comes in. I have a hard time remembering what happens in between those moments.
As he's talking, I've gotten close to the desk and in his date book, I've written down a name. What would you say?
There's another one.
What would you?
A seeker.
Seeker?
Yes.
But not one you talk to?
Well, I mean, I have clients and they come and they visit. They all are seeking this information, and I wish I could help more.
Where do you come from? Where do you come from?
From here, I guess.
Where
This must be some sort of... I don't know. I just remember the book, that I knew was important, and that I couldn't let them know about it or where it was. No matter what. To keep it safe. The book.
Well, you did for a time. If it helps.
Maybe that's why I'm still here. Maybe you said I was stuck in the book, maybe. Maybe I am.
What would you say to him? Now that you know, what would you say to him? If you could see him one last time, what would you say to him?
I'd tell him to run. No. If you run, then they know that he knows something.
Yeah. Got it.
Just tell him that I miss him. and to have a good life. And to make sure that he doesn't spoil our daughter. Not too much.
I'll see if I can pass it on.
He knows things, but I don't know what he knows. He knows. Do you know what I mean?
The people we're closest to, they figure things out before we do sometimes. They can see the look on their faces. It's why I never got close to anyone.
They're all real, you know. They were real people. Mina,
Who?
Lucy, Harker, Van Helsing, they're all real people.
Not to get philosophical on you, Doctor, but in the grand scheme of things, what is a real person?
I mean, their echoes still exist throughout history. But I think they were code names.
Just like Hopkins.
Yes.
Just like, and I write back on that piece of paper, the Saracen. And I did give you my name.
Thank you. An email, maybe.
Oh, I don't have one that's not easily hackable. And I look towards the laptop again. I mean, if I attach it to the internet, it probably still connects with his passwords. Let's just see if this works, shall we? I'm going to crack it open, and I'm going to try and connect to the internet in this dreamscape.
You are not really able to, like, you would be able to connect to the internet that you remember, if that makes any sense. But you're not connecting to, like, the outside internet, but, like, the notion of the internet, yes.
And I try to see if this man has an email account.
Oh, he does. Because you have access to his laptop, which is here. So, yes. You can't get out exactly, but yes. And you know his email. That is right in there.
Yeah, I write that down on the piece of paper and hand it over to him. No harm in emailing a dead man.
I'll pass this along. I don't know how much time passes in between clients. I always thought that was odd.
Probably going to forget about this.
No, I remember everything. I just can't remember anything outside of this room.
Do you want me to figure out who you are?
Yes. Well, don't put yourself in danger.
All I gotta do is just look at news reports for people dropped in the Seine around the time that you were. It's not that hard.
All right.
Well, I realize that this might have been the worst day of your life. Second worst.
Yes.
I don't know what you are, really, or who you are, or... I mean, part of me hopes that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and this will be a bad dream I don't remember. But in case it's not, I am genuinely sorry.
Someone has to do something. Every client who still visits me has had family killed by them. Those things.
You know what's funny?
I
don't have any family left.
Maybe. I don't know if that's true.
Here's what I do know. I don't know if I can do anything. I'm just a professor. I teach. I used to teach.
That's lovely.
I'm not one of those people running around in a Bond film.
No, that was, I suppose the Philippines. Saracen.
I start packing things up. Actually, I
They're
got one more
covering it up,
thing.
you know. Oh, yes. You can always ask me. I imagine you can come here any time.
Covering what up? This?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't worry. I lost my briefcase at the airport, and some other bloke went to the hotel and was never seen again. So
Hmm.
at least know that much.
Be careful.
One more thing, though. One more thing, because it's really bothering me. Because it feels I come across something odd before. Okay,
Hmm.
it was a dig.
Yes.
Does Afghanistan feel familiar to you? A dig in
It
Afghanistan.
does.
CIA.
Well, oh, yes, yes. Yes.
It was an operation. Field work. I was removed for safety concerns.
You're lucky.
I never really did say what those concerns were.
Hmm. That was Archangel.
I thought the name was familiar.
Everyone was killed except for him.
Never dismiss what you hear on a plane. One word in a sea of a bunch tossed around as if they were nothing. One word. And it turns out that person might end up saving my life. Or at least figuring out what the hell happened to me. Us. I'm getting ahead of myself. I should go.
Yes, I will be here. But it's reminding me of something. They were used, um, served up, for dinner, I imagine.
Drained.
Yes. Someone wanted to wake up one of them, waking them up from a tomb. Was supposed to be terrorists,
I was brought to a dig.
hostages.
There were no terrorists. There were no hostages when I arrived. What there were dents everywhere from where people had been thrown. And there was evidence. But there wasn't any there wasn't ever any blood. There wasn't ever any blood.
Someone's always Edom. They have ears everywhere, or them. I don't know the difference between them so much.
Okay. You take care.
Yes, yes. I'll be
Here.
waiting here. You know, I try to leave and I never can.
I couldn't either. Until I think right now. My role here is done. For now. I don't think yours is. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Saracen.
Yeah. This time when I open the door, is there still a hallway there, filled with locks?
Do you wish to leave?
Yeah, I do.
No. You are walking into a cafe. You said you were looking for one. You don't quite remember getting from the hotel to the cafe, but there you are. It's about 5 or so in the evening. You've left that sort of hotel with all of its security and the news casters speaking about the great hopes for the conference and how this conference is going to set the global trade agenda for the next decade. As you can hear the talking heads, and you don't have the bundle with you anymore.
It's under a mattress.
It's under a mattress. Just a lovely cafe.
Just a couple, please. Actually, make it 2.
And you hear behind you, well, is that second one for me? I haven't seen you in a while.
You did call.
No, he did not. This is someone else.
Oh, great.
You turn and you see a man in a suit who looks a bit puzzled to see you. Older fellow. You do have tradecraft. This is the station chief it's the liaison. It's the CSIS liaison to MI6. London is his stomping ground. You've been through here before. You probably saw him at a meeting for a briefing at some point. And he is wondering what you're doing here. He seems a little bit confused to see you.
You know what?
But
I do say that. I say you did call, even though I know it's not true.
And he just sort of smiles and he goes, well, I suppose I did. And he says that, for the cover. And he just takes the second cup of tea and he goes, and he sort of gestures to a table. Have a seat with him.
I figured that this conference would be a great time to just catch up. I mean, that's the reason why you called, right? To catch up?
Of course I did. Yep, I did. And he sort of looks up at the TV, and like there's you see the news reporter, the BBC reporter speaking, and like the news is sort of like the volume is not particularly loud. And she's there standing in front of the Hotel Cafe Royale, which is only a few blocks from here. And she's reporting and she's talking about, all the greatness. And you can see behind her in the background, moving towards the hotel, a very, very old man. And that old man is walking into the hotel, flanked by a bunch of people. Secretary, probably a bodyguard, like a cluster of like 4 or 5 people, as this old man is being led into the hotel, the conference. Arkady Shevlenko.
I have to admit, today is a day of familiar faces, isn't it?
Makes a toast. And that is where we're going to end our session.
Well. Well.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well.
So.
So.
Episode 2 in about 20 minutes?
Sadly, we'll have to wait till next week. But give me your thoughts right now. Where is the Saracen at?
Well, this is the thing. I've had 3 really imperfect sources so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have Lenart's, forgive me for this, rambling. I have Marlowe's murder board
Yes.
in a folder. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I have Hopkins's existence, which is just a big old question mark.
Yeah. There's a reason why that book has both shadow and heat.
It feels like that there's a burden that was just not by Marlowe, by the Doctor, completely unknowingly. Like there's now 4 people in this line, not 3. I'm the 4th, which is very disturbing. Which makes him question, why me? Because everything so far is making a lick of sense, right? Either this conference is a cover for the conspiracists, or it's a cover for an effort to expose or use these conspiracists. Okay.
Which conference?
The trade conference.
Ah, yes, go on.
Where I think the other conference is simply an excuse to have me in the room. I'll get to that. But there's a trade conference. There's a trade conference that I think it's an obvious cover for something. A bunch of big, fancy, important people who otherwise would be watched can meet and can communicate. Which means there is not just Arcady. There is a CIA handler somewhere in that.
Absolutely. So
I figured that out already. The question is, what is it a cover for? Is it a cover for the CIA, or is it a cover for something more? And likely there's more than one intelligence asset wandering around that place, because it's a perfect thing to use, even if it's been created by something else. So there's that. The other thing is, vampires are real. I'm going to just let that set in for a second.
You've not seen them, so maybe they're not what, maybe they're not.
I don't think so. No, too much. Either everyone is suffering from a mass delusion, or vampires are real. And at this point, as much as I wish to question the mass delusion, too many things are making sense, because it's something that doctor said. After it was another thing that doctor said. His partner was a journalist.
Yeah.
And normally that doesn't mean anything, right? One man dates a journalist, one man marries a journalist. It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
But then echoes. Echoes.
Yeah.
And there's an echo here. I'm an echo of the doctor in a way.
Yeah.
So either this Project Eden is picking up archetypes, and thus I fit into a slot, or somebody is intelligently, trying to fit a pattern here. Unless, of course, resurrection, like not resurrection,
reincarnation.
Reincarnation is real. But that's too much. That's too much for today. That can go in a box for later.
Didn't he say something about echoes? I think he did.
He did.
Anyway.
He did. He briefly mentioned something about echoes. And I'm hoping that echoes are just like a fun term about people who are similar,
Yes. Absolutely.
More is coming up. We're not done yet. Because this hand, this Hamsa, this amulet was designed to ward off a similar figure to vampires. It may not necessarily have been vampiric, but whatever energy they gave off, this thing was made to ward against it, which means that they've been known about for a couple hundred years at this rate, predating the writing of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yes.
Especially considering who she would have likely interacted with at the time, which means it's quite possible that indeed Vlad Tepes, Vlad the Impaler, the whole Dracula thing is not some weird mythos, it's real. Because if vampires exist, he is one of them. And throughout all of this, okay, I'd done my best to cover my tracks, but these people, Marlowe, Lennart, the Doctor, they're all smart enough to cover their tracks too, which means whatever's chasing them is now going to chase me. And there's not much I can do to get rid of them. I can only delay them. So I have to prepare for that. And And there's quite possibility that they're much more on track than I realize because, and I cannot stress this enough, this is the one thing that doesn't make any sense. It's the one thing that I have no connection to, that I have no understanding of, which, why am I here?
That's a good question. All I can tell you is that it was not Marlowe who got you here, because he was like, good opportunity to take advantage of. But he did not
It wasn't
seem...
Marlowe.
He did, from his notes, it did not seem as if he got you here.
And it's unlikely, it's unlikely that it's anyone lower down the conspiracy, because he specifically stated that I'm not part of the conspiracy, which means that if it was anyone who was part of the conspiracy who could get caught up in those bloody notes,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be a choice. So it's either someone very high up or it's someone not covered by the notes so far, and someone who has enough power to start probably 2 conferences in the same building, and enough money to get a bunch of academics in a room together, which is already expensive and hard enough, especially considering our schedules. I mean, I guess the school year does end, but the amount of these people with like dissertations to write. Anyway, and knows about me. I'm not particularly a big enough figure.
You're not a particularly big figure, but somebody knew about you enough to get you invited to this symposium.
Not just invited. They made an offer they know I couldn't refuse.
Yes, indeed. One that would flatter you.
Not just flatter me, but one that would kind of make me look like a bit of a dick to say no to, and one that would make me curious enough to fall into, which means they know a bit more about me than I realize.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I will note that this big trade conference is a UN conference, so this thing has probably been planned for quite some time. All the spy stuff, that's just how they work. Like all the State Department's full of spies. So this is probably has legitimate business.
Sure.
And of course, this conference would be at a place like this. The academic one is that one's a bit interesting.
Being honest, this is way too fancy a hotel for one of these things.
It is. It is.
It should be way more centralized, and we should be triple booked with at least like 2 different conventions, one probably involving furries and another one about like video games or something.
Yes, and then also you're going to be in a Best Western. Well, maybe not a Best Western, but you're not going to be in a very nice conference, is all I'm saying.
And we do not have the biggest conference room.
No.
Definitely not. No. We don't have an expo hall. This is like this conference, actually, when you really unwrap it, makes no sense.
Yeah. You know about Aisha.
I do.
She was an interesting woman.
You know what's really impressive? Everyone so far has been interesting. But she certainly was.
Yes. She said she was a patriot, great defender of her people.
Especially of Christians.
She did. She was like, we will not have oppression. And she wanted to continue fighting to defend Grenada from the invasion of Ferdinand and Isabella and all of that. And she said that the defeat of Grenada came because they were betrayed by people who sold out their people for large sums of money and property.
Like, I don't know, a vampire?
Perhaps.
Not to mention,
but she wanted to keep fighting.
There's this figure, now that I'm thinking about it, a woman who was also betrayed by people looking for property. But her name was Elizabeth. It's a completely different person. That said, there's also rumors about There's a lot of vampires in history, aren't there? A lot of people
There
suspect to
are.
be one.
This is true. Now, she was known as Aisha Ahura, which is a noble title meaning free woman.
Yep.
Because she was one of the living descendants of Muhammad.
Or thought to be, yeah.
Or thought to be.
But the path was, she was the daughter of Muhammad the, not 10th?
The
9th?
The ninth?
9th of Grenada, yeah. Yeah. I have a tab up, hold on. Yeah, 9th. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a great defender of those who might be overtaken.
Or at least attempted to be a great defender. After all,
Attempted.
She failed.
I wonder if she did.
What's the definition of failure, really? When
Indeed.
there's an old man about to rise again. As another one walks into a conference.
As another one walks into a conference.
That man must be like in his 90s or even 100.
Yeah, he's quite old, and he certainly is aging. And let me put it that way: he is certainly aging.
Why do you think I asked? It was the first thing I thought of.
Oh yeah. Oh, he is certainly aging. And he doesn't look like he looks like his health is not the best. You know what I'm saying to you? He looks old and not in great health.
Which could either indicate he's not part of the conspiracy, or the one thing he would trade, is the chance to live a couple more years, maybe stuck where he is, perhaps, but longer.
Though, why would he want to defect to the CIA if that were the case?
What do the CIA want? Is the question of the day. In fact, it's the question, to be frank, of the decade.
Yeah.
What does America want?
Mm-hmm.
That's dark.
And what is the UK hiding?
Oh, a lot. Just a lot. All sorts of malfeasance.
Yes. I wonder what St. John Philby was doing when he was doing his archaeology looking for the lost city.
And when he and his son both decided to turn tail against the United Kingdom.
Did you know that St. John Philby, it is said, I mean, the professor would know, went and searched quite a bit for a very specific part of the River Jordan, and then took a sample of the water and sent it back to the UK. It is said.
Is it?
It is said. Why? We don't know. Wow.
Well, there's a lot of pieces in this tapestry. Just an absurd amount of pieces. I don't think I can keep track. Well, I'm trying.
But the one piece that you do not have yet is who invited you? Who is responsible for getting you at this conference?
Am I here?
Why are you here?
What does this have to do with me? Why am I involved?
I mean, there are a lot of reasons why you might be involved, but it's different, right? So, for example, I know why Marla was like, this guy. Obviously, this guy's a good choice. I can see why Marla would say that.
I can see it too. I can see that too. I can see why the doctor would be able to open up to me. Right?
You have a soul, yeah.
This archangel fella. I do, in a way, delightfully. There's that connection, and that book came into my connection to Marlowe. Like, those pieces make sense. Even Lennart and his connection to me makes sense. Right? Because the truth is, Lennart probably had a document on me at some point.
Sure. Well, he might
in the
not have, because
midst
he
of
was a
this.
logistics guy. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
He was a logistics guy,
found
but he
one.
might have actually, he might have found one. Um,
Yeah,
he
I'm
clearly
probably
was
somewhere in
not.
there.
You're probably somewhere in there. He does not. He seems to you like a like a paper pusher who was like, that's weird, and then started pulling on threads. Do you know what I mean? And just kept pulling on threads. That was probably a bad idea for him, but because he's dead now. But you know,
Yeah, it's when you find that loose thread in a shirt that you just love. You're like,
yeah.
I'll fix it, and you just tug on it, and then there's more. There's more thread, and you just tug on it, and
Mhm.
seemingly the thread's coming from nowhere. But the more you tug, the less stable that shirt is,
Yes.
and it
Now
tangled him.
Marlowe was also Canadian. You know, he's CSIS, right? So it makes sense that Marlowe would have sort of picked up on things going on with
Yeah,
Leonard, 'cause they're all Canadians.
that's him.
But then,
Those connections also make sense, right? I
sure.
think Marlowe probably noticed Lennart poking to things that he shouldn't have at some point and said, well, what is Lennart doing? That's strange. He's just a logistics guy. Oh, oh, maybe he's right to
Oh.
be well, no, he's probably not, but there is more to this. I see what he's picking
Mhm.
up on, right? And that would lead him to me either because my name appears in a file somewhere that was briefly glossed upon, or just the fact that suddenly we're now involving like the Ottoman Empire, ancient
Mm-hmm.
Muslim amulets. Yeah, of course things
Mm-hmm.
just eventually fall into my hands, right? So
Obviously,
again,
yes.
that makes sense. The
All that makes
the the,
sense.
the missing line here, there's two missing lines. The
Hmm.
doctor to Lennart. There's no thread yet. And I don't
Yeah.
think that's a direct thread. I think that's a
Yeah.
roundabout,
Yeah.
right? Because really what Lennart is looking to is Project Edom, and that's a connection to the doctor. But
Yeah.
there's something more
Although
there.
really, Lenart doesn't really know much about Edom, right? He's mostly
Yeah.
just like, what is this? What is this? Most of it, he seems to think there's something going on with NATO, right? Because that's what he works for. But I think Marlowe clearly saw, oh no, this is actually much bigger than that, and we need to figure this out, right? Uh,
Well, Marlowe was that kind of person able to make multiple
yeah.
connections. That's why he works as a handler, right? People like me give him
Yes.
little tidbits
Yes.
and he
Yeah.
draws threads,
Yeah. Yes,
right?
that's right. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Here's
Uh,
the
I don't
question
think
though.
it doesn't seem, at least looking at Marlowe's notes, it doesn't seem as if Lennart really understood what he was seeing. He was seeing a conspiracy. He was seeing very disturbing and distressing things, like what is NATO doing connected to like the Liski Bratva and human trafficking, and why are weapons going missing, and why is blood going missing? Like what's going on here? Why are there secret? Something bad is happening inside of NATO that I work for. I don't like it, but he didn't seem to understand. That's all he knew, right? And Marlowe was like,
It's
yeah.
probably, I don't know if the professor would connect the dots just yet, because the professor is not as built to uncover a secret conspiracy as some other people yet.
Uh,
I think that what we're probably looking at here is that multiple organizations have been infiltrated, probably on a lower level, but just high enough that you don't notice missing supplies.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah, yeah.
anything that's a NATO activity is going to have its details reported to people who want to use it. Yes, I know I'm giving you ammunition. Thank you,
It's fine.
thank you, Corsi. I know it's okay. I When it comes to daggers, the reason I give them to people is so they can stab me with them. I'm
Also,
a
I'm just,
masochist in that way, with consent.
with a one-on-one, you got to there be like a, a listening board, Yes, clearly, I mean, here's the thing, right? You've clearly got multiple organizations. Like, what's the Liski
Yeah.
Bratva doing? Like, if there's some kind of weird conspiracy, I mean, what Lennart is saying is that maybe NATO's in league with the Liski Bratva, which is pretty weird, which would put them in league with maybe the FSB. So has the FSB, like, this is what he's thinking, right? Like, oh, maybe the FSB has somehow infiltrated
No,
the
they're
NATO?
both just useful. They're both just useful, and these wheels are being turned against each other, probably to cover up more missing supplies, missing people, anything related to the time period. If there's a sarcophagus or two missing at this point, if we're going to go to that dramatics,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah,
you don't necessarily want people high up making these decisions, because then people
yep,
below them are going to question why the
yep.
organization has suddenly changed its ethos. No, you want
Yes, that's
people
right.
who are, making reports so they
Mhm.
forget to file one. You want people on the ground who are dealing with like a box of supplies, so it lands in the hands of the other. So
that's
like
right.
people in the bratva, sure, but you don't want anyone leading the bratva. You definitely don't want like the head of the FSB.
Yeah, right. So, but you are correct, right? You said there were two things. You're like, this doesn't make sense. You're like, Leonard probably doesn't know what he was looking at. He knew he was looking at something. Marlo's like, oh wait, I have a better sense of what you're doing, what you're looking at.
Yeah.
I will just take this laptop, thank you. Because clearly he was investigating some stuff that wherein you would be useful.
Indeed. But here we go again with the whole, there is a different actor who has a string on me, to use a different game's term, you know? There's a string on me from a different actor who is none of the people we have met yet, including this liaison with CSIS, who's as clueless as everybody else. There's someone else with a string, and it's not Fuzzle either. So, like, there is somebody who probably hand chose me for this. For whatever this is.
Yes.
Which means that if this is Northern talking, this is not Illyaz. All of that run and gun, let's pretend to be someone else to get through the none of it was necessary, because I was meant to get this. This is intentional. I meant to do something with this. That there's a point behind that. I didn't necessarily
you were
need
certainly meant to go to this conference for some reason, but why?
I think I was meant to have this copy of Dracula tossed in my lap too. I think if Marlo hadn't given it to me, it still would have found its way to me, because Marlo was always going to make it here to London because of Arcady. That he would have died here, and then I would have found a different briefcase when I went to go get my briefcase when I checked into the hotel. This has been in the works for some time, and no matter what part the others choose to play, the result has been intended to be the same, which means we've all been watched a little bit.
A little bit of watching. Now, I will say, Marlo was like, okay, I cannot get in with this stuff, but this guy is clearly going to be able to get in. I'll just do a pass. He'll basically be my smuggler. He'll smuggle the stuff in, and then I'll pick it back up, and then Marlo can do whatever it was that he was going to do, which he clearly seemed to want to get access to Arcady, right? He wanted Arcady.
Yeah.
But, and Werewolf is correct, cannot die until the end.
Nope.
You can get really messed up, though. Real messed up.
I've avoided a lot of consequences so far, I'll say that.
Well, sort of. But yeah, you have. But I will say this place is thick with spies. You are correct. There are spies from, the CIA is here. MI6 is here. CSIS is here. FSB is here. Everybody's here because everybody's here, right? So everybody's like, just hanging out, trying to play nice, getting whatever kind of business they want to get on. There's probably like all sorts of like people passing information to each other, but somebody wanted you here. And you got in through a conference that is a joint symposium of the London School, the SOAS, and the Iraqi National Museum.
I've marked those.
Yeah. You can ask me questions about it next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because you can ask, because you have skills, stuff. So, why don't you, as we tell us who you are, and give some love. I would say where we can find you next, but I feel like it's going to be here.
It's going to be next week on this channel. My name is Northern Lee Kadir. My pronouns are he, him. I, today, played Illyaz, Farhan, Abadi, the Professor, and the Saracen. Tons of names for one little dude. I'm a writer. I'm a tabletop role-playing consultant. I do a sensitivity consultation as well. And I've played a lot of characters over the years across the universe. Well, not really across the universe, mostly from the comfort of my own house, where I will be until next week, except for the times in which I go to work. I'm not telling you when those are.
Because you don't want
love.
like conspiracy people to come in and like find you.
I had enough vampires for the week. Maybe just no more. Not to my house. I have a dog I'm taking care of. It's like there's a whole thing. If you want to say hi to me, you can on Blue Sky at WerefolfFeels. It's the only social media I'm currently using. I don't really like X, and Meta and I are in a tiff, as you are. Also, you can find me on the Discord if you want to say hi, talk about nothing, or just talk about the
kibitz.
3 different talk about the 3 different like abstracts I wrote for the show, because I did that for some strange reason. Let's give some love, though. Let's give some love. I have a lot of love to give, but not a lot of time. So I'll start with Grimjack. I'll start with Archangel, because the aftermath of Archangel helped me build this character, and I do appreciate it. And also, like, love to PB and to Ari too, because I've watched their seasons and I built upon their seasons. There's a reason why this guy's so different from them, and that's because they already exist, and I know that. So love to all of them. Love especially to the reason for the seasons, Trooper. Trooper, I think my favorite part today was just how much joy you took on giving me more details than I could ever truly understand in one session. Because that means I'll be hyperfixating on this for about a week. And that's a good place to be when you're hyperfixating about a game. What's really incredible, though, is just the amount of details in this, right? That takes a lot of effort and time. And yes, I know this game has been delayed months over now. So you had the time, but the effort, that doesn't come for cheap. And I appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me in the first place. I don't think this is how I wanted to come back. I wanted to come back in a way where I got to just have fun and not worry too hard about what I'm doing. And I've had fun pulling at every single thread you put in front of me. What about you? Where can we find you next?
Well, before I say anything about me, I'm going to give our tips and bits, because I always want to do that before me. Tips and bits. Where did I put you? I will say something. A lot of people seem to be surprised that you were going to be showing up at that conference, but somebody clearly wasn't. Somebody got you that invitation, but other people were surprised to see you. So let us see. I would like to say, first shout out, we got a $20 tip from Rissa, who is our mod, one of our 2 mods, who said, "Been looking forward to winter forever. Good luck, WerefolfFeels." Oh, he might need it. And and then we got a lovely 500 bits from Hawkeye, who is wonderful, who I know knows a bunch of these references because Hawkeye knows his stuff, and says, "Oh, winter has come. Saracen will be more like Scaracen as he investigates, or Gene Saracen, the pro golfer. Will his driver drive him to insanity?" Well, there are certainly things happening in a very, very, very over-policed London right now.
I don't need a driver for that.
No. There are a lot of people who are wanting to do sketchy things in London, and the security's tight. Oh, well. Yeah. And I am TrooperSJP. And I have been so excited. I love the character. I love doing all the research for it. I loved spending a couple of days just going through images of Hamza amulets and trying to find one that is historically accurate from the time period that I want, which happens to be from around the 1460s, 70s, 80s specifically.
Weird time period to be specific about.
Weird time period. Yeah, I found a really nice one. It was made of bone, but it was from like the 13th century. I was like, no, that's too early. I want one from right here and right now, connected to this person here for no reason. And it's the most beautiful amulet, and I love it. I love it. Luck and misfortune, my friend. Luck and misfortune. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So I was super excited about that. I love people giving me characters that allow me to build to new places, right? That allows me to like customize and build things. And that has been really, really fun, really great. And echoes, 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 echoes. Also, I was so excited to bring in an X-ish into play.
Which X are we talking about?
The prince.
You mean the journalist?
The journalist. That's what he told you, at least. Oh, awkward.
Surprise. The fact that I probably discarded this poor man at some point. Like,
yes,
it was a
that
fling for me.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was a fling. Where he was lying to you. But it's fine. You know what I mean? He was like, I'm a journalist. I'm not a Saudi prince. And unfortunately, he's like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You know, sometimes you don't want your worlds colliding. Do you know what I mean? And you have to do some damage control. Well, unfortunately, some people did research first before you could get a hold of them.
Here's a question I have about that prince that I'll have to ask you again, because you won't give me yesterday, and I know that.
I will not.
How did he figure out I was coming? Because no one else seems to have solved that mystery.
What a great question, huh?
I know,
That's a great question. Yeah.
Did you think
How did he know?
I know more than I tell.
Love it.
Well, thank you for the love. It's been fun making this character. It's been even fun.
I'm so excited. And I love your skill set, and I love what we're going to do next week. You'll have a chat with Cesis, and he'll be like, what are you doing here? And it'll be a lovely chat. It'll be fine.
What am I doing here?
Apparently you're giving a talk, and I'm going to ask you what that talk is. I mean, I'm going to, because there are conference presentations to have, and I'm notes. Very excited about it. Good. So we have got, let me see, you can find me, what is today? Friday. So you can find me, my next RPG will be Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Praxagor, that's Meforia's channel, for Truly Madly Falkenstein, and the finale. And then Tuesday at 8 p.m. over on Other Docs, where it'll be Lords of Gossamer and Shadow. And then next Friday for part 2 of Seasons of Death Winter, where really there's nothing, it's just a conference. It's just a conference.
Yeah, sure. I believe you.
Yeah.
Nothing salty here. Nothing confusing.
Yeah. But you've got that amulet right now, which is quite useful for you.
Tons of notes that look like a murder board themselves. Yeah.
My friends, I want to say thank you all for being here. Let me see if there's anyone we can raid. And you'll have to let me we'll be switching some things a little bit slower because of things the way they are. Let us go and raid. Let's see who is up. You know what? Let us go and raid. Okay, we're gonna raid Prax, because Prax is currently streaming. We're gonna give a raid to Prax. So everyone, thank you so much for being here, and we will see you next week as we go and find out what's going to happen to our professor then. Everybody,
eat food,
take care of yourself. Eat food, drink water, and more translating tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and we will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.